What's up? Don't worry, I'm not. I am not injured, and the windows are not collapsing down. Except I did wake up this morning, and the actual rain was all over the place because I had my windows cracked open. And you guys got to check out. It's actually really insane out here, and I'm lucky to be up off the ground because there's so much rain. Let me show you. Hold up. How you guys doing today? It is a hurricane happening. Sorry, I'm setting up the stream. I had a different intro because it's a interesting day today. Okay, now check this out. Let me pull up my computer screen so you guys can see what's happening on the island. There's a hurricane coming through, and this is what it looks like out there. So much water. Look at this. The difference between this is what it normally looks like on a regular day, and this is what it looks like right now. Look at how much water that is. Oh my gosh. Insane. You guys want to go surfing? No, I'm just kidding. What if you were in a tube? What if you're like in an inner tube? There's probably a giant tree just falling in that right now. That's crazy. Hurricane happening. I want to see more videos. I wonder if there's a way, maybe like Instagram or something. Look at this, or a TikTok maybe. This is posted 2 hours ago. A bridge. That bridge is gonna fall down. It's pretty heavy out there. Not everything is from today though. We had to make sure I'm searching the right information. I don't know, is this from today? Yeah, this is from today. Yesterday. I have a friend over there too, hopefully you guys. Yeah. Everything's... There's kind of like... there was a fire alarm that just went off in a whole building. And I heard it. And I just was... my power might go out while I'm streaming. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. But like, I'm in a safe location, so I'll be fine. But the actual power, you know, that's the only thing. Because like, the amount of stuff happening outside is pretty crazy. Let me see if there's more videos on here. See, look at the power line. That's outside right now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hurricane Hawaii. First time I see no sunshine in the background. Classy. Yeah, today is an interesting day. And I hear like I just heard like glass break. But when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh my gosh. Somebody needs to fix their windows or something. I just heard something right now. There's so much going on outside. It's crazy. Let me see if there's any other news or information. I want to go to TikTok. Hurricane Lulu. TikTok. Hour ago. It's from yesterday. Is this today? AI. No, it's gonna play ads. I just want to go to TikTok. Oh my gosh. I feel bad for anybody who's living on the ground. Because if they're in a place Let's go to, why can't I do this? Let me go full screen so I can log in real quick. Sign in. Email, phone number. Send code. Yeah, so it's pretty, I'm just grateful that I'm in a safe place. Because not everybody is. The only thing I have to worry about. Oh, I have to verify I have to enter 2 verifications to log into TikTok. That's pretty crazy. They wanted me to verify my phone number and my email. Okay, I'm in. Now I can search up Hurricane Lulu on TikTok. Look at this. See this happening right now? Whoa. People can't even drive out there. This is on the North Shore. There was a huge boulder that came down. I wish I could find that video right now. There's a ginormous boulder came down on the North Shore. This was like a month ago. North Shore boulder falls. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, this one. This was like
it wasn't just rainfall causing
4 months
problems
ago.
today. Boulders falling, well, it caused authorities to shut down one of Oahu's major highways. Gil Cano was on scene and has more on
where we could protect. We just cannot understand.
I want to see if they had the video of it falling though.
Exactly where these boulders will fall though.
There's a video of it falling. This might be it. Facebook. Look at, oh, did you see that? There's just huge boulders just falling right onto the road. Insane. It's like the size of a car, just. Somebody's house. This is the video we saw on Instagram. What's up, Kiki? The hurricane is like right next. It's right here. What's up, Never Love? Yeah. It's a full-on hurricane. Look it up. Happening right now. What's up, J35? This is what it looks like. So this video was posted 2 hours ago. This is what it looks like on a normal day. The amount of water, and this is what it looks like right now. So put this post video button. Oh, there we go. It's insane. Where's my browser sound is too loud. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Let me turn it down. TikTok sound is super loud.
Because this hurricane is nothing major.
How do you know? It's starting to drizzle right now.
Because
Somebody made a video.
important.
So what are you guys doing out here?
Stay fishing.
And why would you come out to fish before a hurricane?
Look at this guy. Look at this. 15 minutes ago. Look at this was posted 15 minutes ago. No, 12 hours ago. Never mind. Oh my gosh. That's insane. They're walking out of their car or what? Holy moly. Yeah, I do have Starlink, but I actually do have Starlink. It's in my car though.
You alright, mate?
If the power goes out, the power goes out. And you guys know why the stream ended. Oh, here's some information about the actual path of it.
Hurricane LaLa update for travelers living in Oahu, Hawaii. It is really good, and it's not nearly as
Nothing.
You know, I wasn't.
It's the workers are out there, you know what I mean? They all go out to work on stuff like right in the middle of this. It's kind of crazy how people do that.
This morning, Hurricane LaLa lashing Hawaii, striking the Big Island with high winds and drenching rains. The storm knocking down trees and scattering debris over area roads, dropping so much rain so fast. LaLa's arrival late Saturday following hours of deteriorating conditions.
And we are now seeing the heaviest rainfall from Hurricane LaLa, and what's frightening is that these rivers are already raging across the Big Island, giving us a glimpse of the potential of those devastating flash floods.
That dude is at the...
Hawaii's governor confirming more than a foot of rain has already fallen. Sharing overnight, the storm has turned deadly. Nearly 200 flights have been canceled, forcing travelers to ride out the storm in area hotels, many under flash flood warnings. Heavy rain is
This is happening right now. There's a hurricane happening.
And this morning we're learning from local
God just talking about TikTok and being addicted to it.
on the
It's so
southernmost
funny.
tip of the island after flash floods washed away multiple homes there. And now as LaLa makes its track almost due west, we know that there are impacts happening in Maui and Oahu all day today.
Gotchi is a major.
This morning, Hurricane LaLa.
Oh my gosh. Hold up, one second. I go full screen, check something real quick. Pause this for a second.
Lashing Hawaii, striking the Big Island with high winds and drenching rains. The storm knocking down.
Alright, we got no walls really in the treehouse.
Look at this guy's
No
house.
Screens.
Nice.
And this is what's going on in the hurricane.
Living in a tree house by the waterfall.
Towels are soaked. Buckets to catch water. Roofing's getting ripped off. Can't
TV
hear
in there.
anything.
TV's in there.
And there's some
It's still got power
gusts
too.
of wind that are really bad and rain, but this is kind of what's going on over here. Oh, my Rollinia tree fell over that way. That's not good. This is.
Wait, where's the TV? The TV's on. It's working. Just got that plugged on the ceiling right there. I can't believe it's working. That's why I'm laughing. It's just wild. It's wild. It's wild how sometimes when everything's going on and there's wires falling down in the street and there's all this stuff going on and the TV still works. You know, it's crazy.
in Hawaii.
Alright, I think we saw all the good ones so far. That's not even real. Look at this guy though. Yeah. Oh my gosh, how is he even standing up? That's insane. That is insane. This is the biggest thing that I'm worried about is right here, you see the power? That tree just... That would be the end of his dream. Guess we doomed school today. Never though. I just want to see the what's happening out there, you know? We got to see what's happening out there in the island, you know? I think the craziest video is this one, to see like the difference between what it's like on a normal day versus what it's like today with the waterfall. That's pretty crazy. But honestly, I do agree. I kind of want to get back into coding. I'll just keep this open just in case we want to check it out if there's any updated videos later. Pause. There's something happening outside right now. I hear something falling over, something. Like trees falling over outside or something. Okay. So. Alright, I'm gonna get back to actually coding and working on the app. Because I have the API which I've been creating. And it's not fully functioning just quite yet, and I want to make sure that it's working properly. Also, if the power goes out, if the stream stops at any point, just know the power went out. That's all you have to know. I wonder if the power goes out. I have battery on my computer, right? My computer is battery powered, and the internet might still be connected, right? Or no, because the router would get unplugged. The router would get unplugged. Alright. So here's the thing. What I want to do is I want to make sure this is up and running. I have 2 Docker images. Well, I have actually 4 here and 2 here, but 2 main projects, which is the API for Day, the app, and then I have the currently the API and the server and the database for Shepherd. So Shepherd has 2 images open, and Day has 4, because there's a test one and there's this migration thing, but ultimately the main access point is the Day API, which is at port 3000 on localhost. So that's currently displaying just it's not actually an error, it's just because there's no information being sent to this thing, but this is basically proving that the actual page is open. And I think if I type in /health, maybe it will give me something. Yeah, see, it says right here, status okay, Day API development uptime. So it says the API is actually live and working. So what I want to do is the app needs to be able to connect to this, and yesterday I implemented a change to link it up and migrate the data that's being stored in the app over to the database. So let's just see that everything's working properly. And I want to actually open up the database, and I want to be able to see the database. So let me just ask Claude something really quickly about where I can access like a Postgres dashboard or something like that. Maybe Supabase would be a good local install. I'm not sure if that's a possibility. Motion Harvest. Hello again. It's a hurricane today. What's up, man? Grind till we can't anymore. Exactly. What's up, BMW? Alright. So, yeah, we're doing some back-end work today. What I want to do is I want to see if Supabase can be run locally on my current Docker container, because I have a Postgres SQL database, and right now I currently have no way to view the data and manage it. And so let me just see if this is a possibility. Yeah, there is a hurricane. It's actually not a thunderstorm, it's a hurricane happening. I was just looking at the videos online. And so this is what it currently looks like out there. Alright, let me ask Claude if we can locally install Supabase into the Docker container. Okay, let's try installing it first onto Shepherd as like a test / where Shepherd, and then let's do this paste. I'm curious if I can install Supabase locally to manage my Postgres SQL database, and just as a way to pull up the data and everything like that and be able to manage it myself and see it visually. AV2245 says I'm running Docker desktop container for my local Supabase. Okay, so it is possible. Is there a Docker image for Supabase? Docker. Yes, there is. Okay, sick. Awesome. So that means I can just Supabase Postgres. Ooh. Unmodified Postgres with some useful plugins. Ooh. I should be using this. Do I have to pay for it if I do that? Or no? Let me give Claude this information so I can just make the right decision about what I want to do. This is available. And this is available. We got this and wait, oh, this is, oh wait. This is like all of the options I can do. I see. So, also, I wanted to mention that this is available on Docker Hub, which is a Supabase. And also, I want to just determine what the best route is for doing this. 1 second, somebody's knocking on my door. Hello? Hello? Yeah? Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Someone called this morning about window?
No, that was, I think one of my neighbors.
Okay, all right.
Did it break?
I got a jealousy here, but they said the whole window thing was gone. So, I don't know.
No, I'm fine.
All right, okay.
Somebody came in to fix the windows. This is what I said when I got on stream. When I woke up this morning, there was like I heard glass breaking, like glass was breaking, and I'm like, dang, someone's windows are shattering, I think, because what was happening, I think, was the window was like opening and closing the slats because they had slat windows or something, and shoot, that stinks. So some guy just knocked on my door, just like, did you call about needing to fix your windows? I'm like, no, my windows are fine. But I heard those smash this morning. I'm probably like, what, dude, can't you tell if the guy's windows are smash broken? Crash says we need Shepherd repo. Use the Claude Code to set up a local Docker-based container and connect it. But I'm just trying to see if I might have to pay for it though. There's no UI at all, no visual dashboard. Is there a visual dashboard inside of any of these containers that can run? What's the benefit of Supabase in the end of the day anyways? I thought it was mainly to just more like an MCP connection type thing to Postgres. There's some kind of way the AI can interact with the database better. Is there anything inside of here that has a visual way to control the database, or no? If not, what do you think the best Docker container or image available is for this, what I'm trying to do? I know, it's crazy that they're out here trying to fix it in the middle of a hurricane. It's like we can't just wait till the hurricane's over to fix it. Person's like trying to get their window fixed already, and the guy's working in the middle of a hurricane too. Crazy. Yo, what's up? Just vibing. XI. No, I haven't tried that before. Okay, so I mainly just want a way to visually see Docker, so let me just figure out that. What's the most popular way to visually see Postgres SQL inside of Docker using a Docker image? Just trying to see which one. This is my first time using Postgres SQL, by the way. I used MySQL before, so I'm just trying to see. What do you guys use? The most popular way to visually manage SQL database via Docker is by pgadmin4 or admin alongside your database. What about paperclip? Super EM, Supabase M, DB Beaver. Universal database tool. PGE4 is the official feature-rich heavy-duty management tool built exclusively for Postgres SQL. Admire is a ultra lightweight single file management tool written in PHP. So sounds like this. How popular is this? 100 million downloads? Oh my gosh. What the heck are you talking about? I'd like to create, add this Docker image into my current Shepherd project so that I can view the Postgres SQL database, and I'd like to be able to access that on localhost when I spin up this project. How many downloads on this Supabase thing? Just curious. I'm just curious how popular this Supabase thing is. It's 10 million downloads, which is a lot for being, it's a new project, so. And out of all their projects in this whole thing, the Supabase Postgres SQL image is the most popular one. So what I'm looking for is like a detailed description of why I would use this over Postgres on its own. Can I run Shepherd on Linux? Yes. Yes. Isn't Supabase Postgres image just normal Postgres with some utility tools? Yes, I think that's what it is. I just don't know what the utility tools are and why people are so interested in downloading it all the time, because that's what I'm doing, AV2245. I am doing that right now. This is what this right here, add PG admin to Docker is doing. It's adding a simple database viewer. I just someone mentioned that Supabase was like an easier way to do it or something. But I don't mind going with some of the old school solutions, to be honest. Because I think Supabase is mainly a wrapper around AWS for the most part. Okay. So once I get that spinning up, I can test it out, see my database and stuff. this is what Supabase looks like. Oh, here we go. Look at this. This is Supabase installed locally already. It's like a test. So it is a way to see, it is a way to manage the database. It's kind of clean actually. I like it. Okay, I stopped in the middle of the tracks, but I see now what you're doing. You're installing a test Supabase so I could see it or something. So it is a way to visually manage Postgres SQL database. What I'm curious is, the Supabase charge for this over time, or is this something I can just install and use forever? Because we're about to find out, because I have this, and this has been created already, and now I'm about to see the PD or the D page pgadmin 4 page is about to be installed too. I do have to say that I kind of already prefer, I think I'm gonna prefer this. If I don't have to pay for this, then I'll just do it, because this is installed locally, and this is just a local host, which is really nice. There's a SQL editor in here. It just looks like modern, which I think the other one is gonna look like old school. Okay, I paused you. Oh wait, no, I just said that. I'm just trying to read this information. Let's see what this says. Cleaned up the stray roll, made the test. Cost free forever, genuinely. Oh, nice. Supabase is a Apache 2.0 license, which is open source. Supabase Postgres SQL. I actually like this. Worth noting, because it's a real risk in this category, Supabase has not pulled the license. Oh. What Supabase actually charges for is supabase.com, their hosted cloud platform. That's a separate product. Self-hosting never touches it and never prompts you toward it. Okay, so essentially, as long as you run Supabase locally on your machine, you don't have to pay for it. And you can run it, you can set it up and run it yourself with your own Postgres database. So that is what I'm gonna probably end up doing. So I own my backend infrastructure instead of Supabase owning it for me. Still want to see what pgadmin docker looks like. well, it's really just pgadmin 4 being hosted in Docker. Would I be able to set up Supabase and pgadmin at the same time, accessing the same database? I think so. In theory, that should be possible. Oh, you're saying the free tier in Supabase is not gonna allow me to put their open source project onto. Why wouldn't I be able to put a Supabase onto AWS myself? It looks like I can. Oh, there's a free tier version for the cloud. So they're gonna know. I feel like based on what Claude just told me, this is a local host, so anything that runs locally on localhost, and as long as there's no limitations, like if I don't run into some UI limitation where it's like you can't do that, which apparently Claude is saying there is nothing like that. Like it's just a free tool that you can install to manage your database, and you can add those features. So if I host this UI to manage my database on AWS, then it's free forever. It's not paid at all. That's the information that's Claude has given me from looking at the actual code. So self-hosted Supabase. That's when I think you start paying. When you start using their infrastructure is when you start paying. Which a lot of the benefit I think probably comes from using their infrastructure, but whatever. What's up, Tico? So it's starting to get, clouds are starting to clear a little bit. Hold up. Something's finished in my oven. I'm back. Why did the agent open up to this page? What the heck? Let's see. I heard something beep. Localhost Supabase setup. Still working. Let's see what this says. Why did it only copy that first? Need all this information. Yes, confirmed working all three at once at the same database. Okay, so I can have Supabase and PG admin 4 all connected to the same database. So it's not even an either or thing. It's just like a, you can do whatever you want because we're developers. Hurricane, nothing like eating in a cozy house during a hurricane. Warm food. You know when it's like storming outside and you get like soup, like chicken noodle soup? That's what I wish I had right now. Some soup. Or like tea. Okay. So okay. I would like to make sure that the Supabase is installed on Docker, the Docker container, and set up to connect to my Postgres database so I can use this interactive little database management tool that they have here. What exactly Docker image is this too? Can you give me that information when you're finished? Now I need to, because what I want to see is I want to see my database being updated when I add like, if I add a new action here. I just want to look at my database and see if I can see the actual data to verify that everything is working properly. Is there a interactive page I can use to visually see my Node.js API endpoints? Like, you know how with Supabase I can see my database? I just wondered if there's a tool like in Docker, or if Supabase has this, maybe another Docker image where I can just visually see all the endpoints inside of my Node.js API. I don't want you to implement anything, I'm just looking for information right now. Okay. So it added the actual admin page. This is the OG This is the OG admin page for Postgres SQL, which I'm not actually that familiar with because I used MySQL before, so I need to learn a little bit about how this differs. But what I want to do is I want to quit out of this because it's being managed by Claude. The same with this, it's being managed by Claude. And I just want to open it up on my own PG admin. MySQL has a similar database management website. Okay, so it has all my databases in here because it has Shepherd in here too. It says I have 2 databases. Connection is bad. Maybe that was for something else. Where do I see the actual tables? Somebody in the chat knows how to use this. Does anybody? I'm just looking for my tables. Schemas. Oh. I need to like watch a tutorial on this site. I think I might just use Supabase anyways. Looks way easier. Look how much more clean this looks. This is all I'm trying to see is like my tables, the columns, the information. So much easier. Why is it so complicated? This is like the OG dashboard that was made in like 1985. I feel like. Use a little arrow of schemas. Tables. Oh, here it is. Here's all my tables. And here's my columns. And then how do you see the actual data? I don't watch a quick video. I'm probably not gonna go with this, and I'm probably gonna go with Supabase's implementation because hell, it looks way simpler. It looks way more simple. But I'm gonna I just want to learn a little bit about this before I just quit out of it. You guys, is there an echo happening?
this is the video for you. Here you'll learn how to download pgadmin, connect to a Postgres database, learn what's in the user interface, run some SQL statements, save files, browse objects and much more. If you want to follow along with this video, you'll need to be able to access a .exe file instead. Either the start menu or a shortcut on a master password is. There are a few menus at the top or on the left. If you've just set up Postgres and pgadmin, you probably won't see anything here. I've got a couple of connections already set up, one called Postgres 13 and another called Postgres Docker. We'll create a new connection, which is called a server in pgadmin. To do that, right-click on Servers and select Register, then Server. You'll see the new server window appear. Enter a name for the server. I'll enter Postgres Demo. You can select the server group here, which is a way of grouping servers in the Postgres. The admin will attempt to connect. You'll see the new server, but they are all disabled.
Claude can connect it for you. You don't have to actually type that information.
First. To do this, expand the new server you created on the left panel. Expand databases and click on a database that exists here. My server has several databases, but yours may only have the Postgres database, which is the default. Click on the Postgres database. If you don't have one at all, you can right-click on the database's entry, select Create and then Database, and fill out the form to create one. When you select a database, all of the buttons at the top will be enabled. The first button on the toolbar is a cylinder with a triangle on it, and is called Query Tool. Click on this button. You'll see a new tab open within pgadmin. The tab is underlined here, and has a title that includes the username of Postgres, the database of Postgres, and the server name of Postgres Demo. Within this tab there is a range of buttons and some panels. At the top there's a drop down that lets you select other connections or servers, if you want to change the server you're going to run these queries on. In the message panel, add insert statement. Toolbar, title of the big number to read. Already on explain left of without having to find in this text box and click search. There are many other features in pgadmin that you might find useful. I'll briefly cover them here as they probably deserve a video on their own. You can generate an ERD or entity relationship in the tools and access references you want to change.
You still can't see the data. Like, that's what I wanted to watch the videos, because I wanted to be able to see the data. To be honest, I think I'm just going to use Supabase because of the simplicity of it. That feels like it gives me full control though over everything. Supabase. Okay, we're using Supabase. Forget about it. I'd like to remove pgadmin 4 container access to my database. I'm gonna opt to using Supabase after just interacting with both of them for a little bit. I feel like there's also additional features to Supabase that just seem more modern and usable today versus you know, pgadmin page is more of like an OG solution. So let me get some information about Supabase real quick. Supabase is still being set up by this agent. It looks like it just finished actually right now. Node API Explorer. This is the information I wanted because I was trying to see if there's a way to visually see the direct analog to Superbase Studio and OpenAPI viewer mount on your app is Express API reference scalar. Swagger UI. I've heard of this one. Okay, so let's see this scalar npm API reference for Express. It's not that popular. What's up, Shore? Which one just finished? Add PHP to Docker. Oh, that one. Okay, I removed it, and so is there a way to refresh this page? This is just showing all my running Docker containers live. DB Studio. Oh, DB Studio is Superbase D page. Alright, cool. That's removed, so we can just delete that agent. Lonnie Day migration removal. Well, when did you do that? Freddie says AI would modify the DB mostly through migrations, so you only need a table viewer. Superbase Studio feels like overkill. Using PG Web is a good solution. I don't know. I kind of don't mind this. I don't mind this. But let me see. PG Web. $10 million downloads. Is this a much easier way to actually see? Is that what you use for Postgres? Six years ago. There's like a older. This is like MySQL older solution.
All right, so.
Wow, this is a very simple way to view the database.
Windows K or L.
What is he doing in this video? It's just installing it. Oh,
Giving us a visualization of our data.
Okay, yeah, that's a very simple way to do it too. But I think I'm gonna go with Superbase. it's a local install of Superbase. It's not actually using their backend servers. Just, I don't know if you just dropped into stream and realized that, but. Okay, I just want to see if the actual data gets updated inside of my thing, so let me run this outside of this Claude page here. This should not, wait, let me refresh this. This should not load because I have it. Maybe it's because it's still running a container. Oh yeah, this is still running a container. I gotta delete that. Can you shut down my PG admin for Docker container, because I have that uninstalled and not a part of this Docker file anymore. Not a part of this project. Freddie, thanks for the PG web recommendation. It's way simpler than this. This thing is actually crazy how complex it is. I bet you probably more than 50% of the things in here I won't even use or click on. Just to view my data in tables, you know. I want to keep this page open just to make sure that it's actually closed. Yeah, it's closed now. So I'm not going to use that. This is my API endpoint, which is live locally on my machine. And this is my Superbase studio. Schema visualizer. Oh my gosh, look at how useful this is. You kidding me? Schema visualizer, it visualizes the entire database and structure of everything and how it's all connected. Yes, definitely. I can drag it around and move it. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It's overkill, but I love overkill. If that's what overkill means, then yes, give me overkill. This is free forever. This is an open source project. Superbase's studio tool. I kind of want to watch tutorials about other free software that Superbase provides for doing stuff like this. Table editor, it allows me to see the actual tables. What, I just created a new table right now? Where's the users? Here we go. These are not actually people that I entered in. This was all just like stored locally on my iPhone when I was messing around, and then it migrated all the data from the phone into the database. So right now it just looks messy. I kind of want to clear all the data. And then reorganize it. Okay, so here's a list of actions. Let's add an action and then see if it gets inserted into the database inside of the app. So in theory, right? Let me just build and run the actual app right now. So this will be the first time I'm actually using the API and the database inside of the app. First, let me just rebuild the application. Okay. So, okay, what I want to do is just add a new action. Or let's just do a voice action. That would be kind of cool. Okay, I'm eating chicken. And it's a hurricane in Hawaii. And I'm feeling actually pretty at peace. And I'm okay if the window breaks. I was okay when the window broke. I heard it smashing this morning. Okay. So let me just make sure eating is not in the database. Okay, eating is not in here. So let's enter it. Is it live reloading or do I have to refresh the page? How do I reload the data in here? Here we go, refresh. Refresh. Is it working? Is it working? Maybe it's not working yet. Okay, let's figure out why that's not sending the actual data into there, because it didn't. It's in the app though. It's in the app. It didn't start. Let's click start and see if that does anything. Which one's the most latest? 8:15? 8:13. Is this ordered from newest to oldest? Sort ascending? Sort descending? So newest at the top. Okay. It's not working. / where path app Claude. So I just implemented the API and it's currently reporting back to me that its health is okay. It says status okay. Lonnie Day API is live. I see I have my Docker images and they're running, and what I'm wondering now is why am I not seeing the information? Like, I just went into the app and I added a new action called eating, which is not inside of my database, and then when I refresh my database, it's not being sent. The action's not being saved. So I need to uncover why this might be happening and give me the information and a plan to fix this. I'm looking for a plan right now. I'm not looking for any changes just yet. Okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Motion says, you have a different energy today. Understandable. I got hit by a Hurricane Sandy and got evacuated. It's very stressful. Yeah, I'm just trying to stay, you know, doing what I like doing, and there's been fire alarms going off in the background. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but I could hear it, like buildings and houses, fire alarms. I've heard like a tree fall down. I've heard a guy came knocking on my door not too long ago, asked me if I called him to fix a broken window. and I heard the window shatter when I woke up actually. I don't know, it's just you know, the power could go out at any minute and it's a bit of a sketchy day, but luckily I feel fine, like for the most part. I don't feel like I'm gonna get hit by a tree, to say the least. What's up, John? Bobo Life Vlog. Hello, I'm new to this Claude thing. I just want to know, change my Claude Pro can code in VS Code. And how do I do it? How do I add it in? Okay, I think I understand what you're trying to say, Bobo. All you have to do is open up VS Code, make sure you have the latest version installed, and then you'll see this. Well, you might have to install an extension, so you're going to want to go into extensions, type in Claude, install this extension right here. So this is the extensions tab. So you're just going to want to install Claude, and then once you have that installed, then you just click this button right here, and it'll pull up a new Claude instance right inside of there. So you can spin up multiple agents right inside of VS Code, and you can change the code from there too. So there you go. My workflow is different than that, but that's okay. Everybody has their own workflows, and I'm just excited to get my API up and running. So I have more questions about my database structure I want to ask Claude about, so let me do that right now. I'm gonna go to my API. So currently I have this DB Studio, which has a meta image and a studio image, which studio is Supabase Studio, which I understand what that is because that's the actual Postgres visualizer in the on the web. But I'm just curious, what is this Postgres-me running on 8080? I'm curious what that is. Okay, and I just had an action finish, and I also need to update something with Shepherd real quickly. So I want to be able to see the length of time that it took to execute that an agent took to execute, even after it finishes and it's on the done. I want to see that time. And then if it I noticed that yesterday that it was triggered in saying that it was done in agent, and then it the time went away, and then it spun up again, and another agent started working, and then the time started counting up again from the previous time. So I just want to make sure that that time is staying present even when done is triggered, so I can see the total time that the previous task took to get to the done, the point at which it was done. And then also the other thing I want to implement is I want to implement a numbering system so I can see which agents were spun up first. You know, I want to see, like, if I clear all my agents, then I want to speak, and it should say, okay, this is agent number 1, and then I give another prompt, and then this is agent number 2, give another prompt, agent number 3, and then if I quit out of agent number 3, then it should use the lowest number possible that it can. So if there's an agent number 4, then it should use 5, but if there's no agent 5, then it should use 3. And then I want to display this number, I want to display this number to the left. All the way to the left, probably to the left of the checkbox and the dot, the indicator that says whether it's working, paused, or done. The reason why I need that, guys, is because sometimes an agent will finish and I forget like the order in which my agents are finishing, and I like to see like what's the highest number is going to be the most recent agent, and then the lowest number is going to be the oldest agent. And one thing I might do is I might add a timer for how long an agent has been waiting to be, or how long an agent has been sitting in this view for, you know, so that way if like say Postgres Docker API has been sitting here for, you know, 10 hours just waiting to be closed out of or something, I think that's probably useful too. That's probably even more useful than the numbering thing, so I can add that too. I want to add another timer, so this timer is specifically for how long an agent has been active for, so like just the total amount of time that it has been created. Or no. I want the total amount of time that it's not been interacted with, right? Yes, that's what I mean. I want the total amount of time displayed that shows how long an agent has not been interacted with. So, for instance, an agent that just completed would start counting 0, and then it would start counting up, and then an agent that hasn't been touched for 10 hours, it will display 10 hours it's been sitting there. So I want that to be displayed to the right of the actual current time that shows for time working. Okay, so remember a minute ago when I tried to add eating into the app, but it didn't actually go into the database? It's not actually in here. It doesn't say eating anywhere. This is the agent that looked into that information. The API is fine. The app never sent anything. What the evidence says, the container requested log for the whole session. My mouse is hallucinating. Am I dropping frames right now, guys? Or no? My mouse is straight up hallucinating. One second, let me check my activity monitor. What's up, Justin? Sorry, I haven't been reading chat that much recently because I've been locked into what I'm doing. Billy, can you explain why Docker is important? Oh, great question. Thanks for asking that. I think that's probably useful for anybody else in the chat who's curious. Okay, so the reason why Docker is important is because it allows you to run virtual machines on your computer, like Linux machines. So every single one of these little things is a little tiny Linux computer, and it runs on your computer, and you could spin up inside of it your own working project of, let's say you want to run a database, or you want to run a certain, like for instance, I'm running in Docker, I'm running this website that allows me to access my database. So it's important because you can you can give someone a Docker file. Like, I can hand off a Docker file to someone else and they can run the exact same project. So for instance, if I go into my actual folder system here, the fire alarm just went off. Fire alarm's going off right now. You hear that? Yikes. So let me drop this into VS Code. If my power goes out, you guys already know what's up. Okay, so Docker is cool because you can give this file called Docker file to somebody else. You can say, here's my Docker file, and then what it does is it allows them to spin up the little mini server onside of their computer too. So it'll create a little mini virtual machine that runs this website and the database and everything. So it's an easy way to hand off projects to other people and keep it consistent. And you can also hand it off to a server in the back end. So say you're hosting your website in the cloud, you can take your Docker file and the cloud server can read that, and it can run your actual project really simply for you using the Docker file. So Docker is really useful for back-end infrastructure. And, you know, just running your APIs, your whatever it is, on my machine, I'm running a Docker to run the database, but in the cloud, I'm going to actually use a different option than that. I'm going to actually use AWS as a service to run databases. But now you have the benefit of what Docker is. If you have any questions, just ask me. It's also worth watching a video about it too. Hey man, can you talk about what you're working on a platform like Herder is like versus working with Claude Code plugin inside of VS Code? Missing a lot of, I'm not using something like Herder. Are you missing a lot by not using Herder? I would say just some customization, the ability to customize things and have like low level access to your machine. Or I mean, you can have low level access to your machine too with inside of here too, but it's just like I would say that I prefer the ability to have full control over what Claude is doing, because in here there's just limitations, because all this is a wrapper of the actual CLI. So Anthropic just coded this so that it interacts with this. So, you know, in the end of the day, all of the features are right here. Every single feature that you're gonna have inside of Claude Code Desktop is going to be also right inside of here. And if they update something on their CLI, then it's going to be accessible immediately. And if they update something, this would be delayed. So a different product team inside of Anthropic is going to have to update this for all of the new changes or whatever. So this is always going to be most likely like slightly lagged behind if you're just going to interact with, than just interacting with the CLI directly. So it's not that it's bad or not useful. It's still really useful to use Claude inside of VS Code. It's just potentially gonna have limitations or just lagging behind, you know, lagging behind the current updates that Anthropic released. But it's fully functional and everything, so it's not like a limiting, or it's not that limiting. Supabase Studio backend, not a UI. It's a piece that makes Studio able to show you a schema at all. I just have a custom way to view. Like I coded this shepherd right here. This is my shepherd. That's a shepherd of herder, and it's just a custom way to be like the orchestrator of my agents. And so it's just easy for me to go into agents and see sub agents and stuff like that. And also, I'm not even sure if VS Code shows you sub agents or not, but I just haven't used it that much, to be honest. I gotta be careful when I'm clicking around because I need to read some of these files actually. Persistent agent duration and agent idle timer. Migration. This can get deleted. Migrate local to API. Okay. I was reading this, I think. Wait, no, I wasn't reading that. I was reading this. Okay, so diagnose complete. The API is fine. Root cause is sketchbook eq is gated on one flag. Every motion on the book add action included goes through it. When is live is false, the local array is updated, the row draws on the screen, and the network write is silently discarded. That is exactly why the symptom eating is on the page and nowhere in Postgres. Is live was turned off by the door you came back through. Okay, so that's cool. I have a way to turn on and off my database in the app, basically, through this is live thing. Plan 1 is to make the offline book unmistakable. Draw a persistent mark while is live is false. Items 1 and 2 are the same root cause seen from two different sides behind the change. 3 and 4 are independent and can go separately. Assumption I made. I read the API logs and queried the database directly to establish this, but I did not touch your simulator or run the app. The confirmation step is above is yours to run. No code was changed. Okay, so nothing was changed, and this is just a plan of how to fix the issue. So the app actually sends a post request. Oh my gosh, my mouse is like lagging behind on my computer right now. I think it's because my CPU is overworking. Hopefully I'm not dropping any frames. I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. Virtual machine service for Docker. Is that why? Docker is the one using all my resources. Not, let me see. Shepherd is 5 gigabytes. Claude. Let's see why Shepherd is 5 gigabytes. So currently on my machine, we're running into a bottleneck where my mouse is starting to lag behind where I currently am moving it. And I noticed my memories, I have only 11 gigabytes available of space there, and my CPU is only 10% idle at some points. So I noticed that I'm just trying to figure out how to mitigate some of this on my machine. I just saw my CPU go down to 5%, so I need to figure out how to fix this right now. I probably should quit out some of these agents. My CPU is still maxed out. It's like 2% idle right now. I'm shocked the stream is still running smoothly, but that's okay. These bun things. Yo, what's up, Zulu? Sorry, I just looked over to chat right now. Yeah, I'm using Herder over Orca right now. I do have Orca installed too. Very cool. I built a conductor that listens on a bus. Interesting. What's up, Moo Court? Do I have Stats app installed? It shows hardware utilization in the menu bar. Bun is probably Claude Code. Let me see. What's up, Matias? Alright. I gotta figure this one out, guys. Is the sun starting to come up? Sun's trying to peek through the clouds a little bit. That's a good sign. I think it's whatever this bun is. That's using all my resources on my computer right now. Last thing I want to have happen is my computer to shut down. Just close one of these simulators. Close VS Code. Claude Docker desktop. See, let's just only get the actual things we need open right now. The power didn't go out, but the power lines are down. Oh, this is what I wanted to do. Migrate local to API. Can you find if there's any good other tools like this that can create an API reference for my Node.js Express project to see all the endpoints? I just want to see if there's anything else that's more popular than this. Okay, we're getting some resources back all of a sudden. %50 idle. Let's go. I want to see why though. System performance. Here's the information of why this was happening. Claude is actually really good at figuring out system performance issues. Found it, and the fix is the biggest piece. Found it and fixed. It fixed it itself. 3 orphan shepherd test daemons were spin looping at 90% CPU each. Okay, this is exactly why I need to keep working on this project. I want to get it figured out. Two booted iOS simulators, OBS, Chrome. To stop this occurring, another session is running bun test right now. That's what it was bun. The test deletes its fake herder socket, but doesn't kill the daemon it spawned, so the daemon represents it. Okay, we need to fix this issue then. What's running in the background? I have some kind of task running back here. Load time. Oh, just a bunch of echoes. Can you fix this issue? I need this to be fixed right now. I do not want Shepherd to leave running tasks like this ever again, so it needs to always close out things like this all the time. That's mandatory. So, okay, apparently Shepherd was spinning up test daemons and then not closing them out. But, luckily, we found that bug and we fixed it. We're fixing it. This is exactly why I didn't just want to put the project straight onto GitHub right away, because I knew that there's always going to be bugs that come up when using things. It's just bound to happen. And the more you use things, the more they get fixed, and then it's a better all-around tool. And so that's what happened. That's what happened with my OG project that I created. The more people used it, the better it got, because the more people like saw the edge cases and the issues they would run into. It's like it's kind of like AI. How you know how the more people use AI, the better it gets. Ocean Harvest, you updated on GitHub? Nice. So you it routes it to the right. Agent, that's cool. What's up, Curver? Good day. Good day, chat. I feel like, did you just watch like some old school video movie or something? I need to put this in the fridge real quick. I'll be right back. The ocean, the waves out there are crazy. The buoy's bobbing like crazy out there. Alright. I'm super blessed that I just feel super blessed because today's been like a chill hurricane vibe, and I don't know, I just feel like I have had a lot of I haven't played music or done a workout, and I'm just chill vibe, and I'm just glad I can be myself, and you guys are still interested in hanging out and vibe coding together, and I can just put on some, you know, chill music, or not even any music at all, and still, you know, I don't have to be out here playing music and doing all this stuff just to have some friends to hang out and vibe code together, and I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate you guys hang out no matter what I'm doing. To be honest, it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Two more already leaked. I don't want any orphans. No more orphans on my computer, please. I had so many orphans before. 7 of them. But they weren't being created because of my thing. Thanks, Zulu. I appreciate that. Alright, so where I'm at, for anyone who dropped in here, is I added this new action item, but the real test was, did the actual item itself get added into the database? And right now I think it's reloading. Oh no, I think, did I quit out of Docker? Let me reopen my Docker app because it's actually pretty lightweight to open it. It doesn't use that much RAM to use this UI. I prefer it over using command line tool for it. See, none of my Docker images are open right now. They're all shut down. So that's probably why my computer had so much more. Oh, that's what's using all my CPU usage. It's I think it's Docker. So what I'm doing is I'm adding information into the app, and then I'm sending it to my actual API endpoint, which is right here, and then that gets entered into the database. But while I was doing that, my computer was maxing out on the CPU load. I don't think it could hold all these Docker images at the same time, running them all at the same time. So let's see if we can just spin up just the necessary ones for now. Idle, system performance fix, persistent timer, API reference tools. I want to spin up my Docker images specifically for this 90-day API. I don't want to spin them up for Shepherd, just this. And I also want my Supabase Studio to be spun up that specific DB as well, or Docker image as well. It looks like a Minecraft creeper in the white. It's funny because I think it's this shepherd. It's supposed to be a shepherd, but I do have to say that something about it looks kind of creepy. It looks creepy a little bit. I wonder if there's how would I design this to look less creepy? Maybe just remove the these two dots right here that make it curve at the top. Make it a single staff. Zula, you're up that late vibe coding. Yikes. That means you know you're locked in, you're interested in whatever you're doing. You think it's the eyes. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I do agree. Lonnie Day Docker setup. Did this finish? So it opened all of these. Okay. So these are all running now. Bing bada boom. Bing bada boom. Bing 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 bada boom. So I should be able to open this inside of my localhost. Tables? Yes. For this session from now on. Okay. So here we go. This is my database. And what we need to do is get the data from the app into the database. So let's try to add a new record. App. migrate local to API. This is the information that I was looking at to see. Both sides are closed out in line, nothing left outstanding, and I'm not going to keep it for this thread. Final state is app writes its data to your Docker API instead of keeping it in memory. Checkbook is still the same and no signature moved, so the views are untouched. Writes are okay. So let's try it out. Let's relaunch the application or rebuild it. Okay, so in theory, I have this like, let me ask Claude this, because I actually need to speak to Claude while I say this. App. I'm just curious, you know the arrow at the very beginning when you load up the application and I click that and it loads in seeded data into the app? I'm just curious, is it actually loading in seeded data that's local? Or is it connecting to the database when I'm doing this? Because now that I have the database spun up in the background, I think I can remove the seeded data because I have this database that's persistent storage. So what I'd like to do is, what I want right now is just information. I don't actually need anything updated in the file system currently. I just need this information to make an educated decision. Okay, so let's try to add a action here. I'm currently just coding Lani Day. Or no, wait, I can't say coding Lani Day. I already have that in the database. I'm drinking water. And I'm just feeling very calm. Like a calm, nervous energy because there's a hurricane happening in Hawaii right now. Okay. Walking by the water. No, we don't want to add an action that's already in there. We're gonna put drinking water, which is a new action that shouldn't be in the database. No, it's not. So, let's add it. Save. Refresh. Still didn't add it. What is going on? Is the actual database, let's see if the API is accessible. Yeah. The API is returning that it's online. Here is the drinking water thing in there. Maybe if we hit begin. I'm just trying to see what would trigger that to save. Is it because this needs to be sorted? Sort by date. Descending. Interesting. Let's see what happens when I read this. I'm just trying to get my local database and API connected to my application right now for anyone who dropped into the stream. Answered from reading the code, nothing changed. What skipped? It is 100% local and never touches the database. This is just when I click the arrow button at the top. This isn't actually what happens. Oh, this is why. When I click the arrow, okay. When I click this in the app on the home screen, this arrow right here in the top right, it enters seeded data into the app, meaning it's kind of like test mode gets enabled, because the OG way to actually log into the app is you have to you have to go log into the app actually, which would be like enter your phone number and then actually do something. So let's update this arrow to not switch this off and just auto log me in. So I don't have to type my phone number every single time I go into the app. So let's do that. Seeded data source. This is what I want to do it on. Also, I want to include which folder I'm in inside of this Claude status line right here. So I need to update this status line to include the folder that I'm in. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to change this arrow at the top right of the first page that loads when loading up the simulator. The home page that has Lonnie Day at the top, increase awareness of actions based on fear and love. I wanna just automatically log myself into the database. So let's see. Users. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to clear all the input fields in the database, so every single table should be the data that's entered into the tables, right? Just keep the tables and the structure all the same, but the data that's in the tables right now, I just want you to remove those, and then I want you to update the data with the seeded data that gets entered into the app when I click the arrow in the top right corner. And there should be one user currently that's me, Billy, so you just that's my username. And then obviously there should be the friends should be entered in there as well from the friends section, but those obviously should be users in there that I'm connected with already. And then when I click this arrow, I just want to auto be logged into that user every time so I don't have to enter in my phone number and login information every time I spin up the simulator on the home page. That way, when I run --home command, with a run.sh script, it actually will just do the same thing and auto log me into that user inside of the database. And then I can remove the seeded data from the app completely, and the only thing that would need to be kept as information would be the actual files that are being stored. So like the images that are being used or the videos that are being used as placeholder data, that would be needing to be stored in the app, just because I don't have S3 installed, or there's no backend database currently connected to AWS. So that has to be figured out how that's managed, just to know, okay, this image that has a reference in the database points to a local file that's just on the actual simulator. So that just has to be known and implemented for now, but will be updated later. So this is the change that needs to be made. And I'm gonna rename this agent to seed data seed to database. Why didn't that save? There we go. Now it's working. Okay, so there's an update I made to Shepherd of Souls. Okay, so there's an update I made to Shepherd, which shows it makes this duration of an agent and how long it's been working persistent when it's done. Because currently, if one of these agents finish, then this little timer, it just disappears, like, and I lose how long it took. So I want that to be persistent. Once it's done, it should show that. And then I want another timer started up next to it to the right that actually shows me how long this agent has been sitting here waiting just in the queue. So let me go in here and make sure that it's updated. I want to install the latest updates of Shepherd. I'm locally on my machine. I need to update that in the Claude.md just to do that after every command, because I'm constantly having it updated. It looks like a Grim Reaper. Okay, so maybe we should try to update this guy, okay? Because I agree, and I think it needs to be different. Look at it. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's update it. Okay, this little guy, he kind of looks creepy. He looks like his eyes look like empty. Looks like he doesn't have eyes. Looks like you're staring into the empty abyss. And his staff, it has this like curve to it that looks like he's gonna whack you in the head with it and it's gonna get stuck inside your skull. Like, just it looks creepy. So can we fix this? Thank you. Fix creepy character. I forgot to mention that it needs to be a block art. Something, it's called block art, I think. CLI block art. Images. Yeah, it's called block art. My computer is gonna crash if I keep pushing it to the limits. I'm pushing my computer to the limits right now. My mouse is every once in a while it starts to just lag around. It's all because of I think it's because of Docker, honestly. Docker is what's been maxing it out. Because I've been okay to run the simulator. I've been okay to run these agents for the most part. But once I started running Docker, plus I have OBS running too. System performance fix. Let's see this. Oh, you know what? I gotta quit out of Shepherd. That's why. Oh my gosh. Real quick, I gotta quit out of it. And then rerun it maybe? Do I have to stop? Oh my god, what happened? Where's all my thing? There we go. Holy moly. Thought I lost my session for a second, but I didn't. Cool! It keeps track of the time now when the agents are, this is so much better. So now there's always a timer, and the timer to the left is actively working, and the timer to the right is how long it's been idling and just sitting there doing nothing. Thank goodness. Okay. What's up? I don't know how to say your name. APA. Working on an iPhone app that is specifically for increasing awareness of action, space, and fear of love, understanding my minds and the unseen activity that's happening inside. Right now my computer is lagging because I have too many things running. System performance fix. Let's just quit out of that agent. Migrate local API. I think we're chilling with that one. Identify. I wanted to see this. Okay, so this is a super base thing. I can delete that. I was trying to figure out what this was inside of Docker. Postgres-me, but it just lets Superbase see my Postgres database information. It's a requirement for Postgres or Superbase Studio. System performance fix. Oh, there's tasks running in here? Why is that? What tasks are running in here? What are they for? Action persistent bug. This is gonna get deleted. Okay, now we're chilling. We have all the agents we need for now. Open, and system is at 35% idle. So maybe implement sort so recent agents at the top, oldest at the bottom. I think, is that what's getting implemented right now? Right now how it's operating is the active agents are like if it's done or working or paused, then whichever one of these recently finished or changed. So like the moment one of these goes to paused, working or done, then it gets listed at the top. And then if it's done, it goes down here and it starts getting listed underneath the ones that are active. So all of the active ones always show at the top. That's currently how it's working. Interesting idea to try to, you know what, I might want them to just stay in place, maybe, like to not move around, which would make the number, like this would be the oldest, this would be the newest one, 11. So API reference tools would be the newest, latest one that I gave, prompt I gave. And this was, I was trying to figure out if there's any way to display my API visually in a simple way. And it was suggesting that I use this, which is Swagger UI Express. What does this actually look like when I implement it? Let me see if there's another option, just because I think the Swagger one last time I used, clean 3-panel reference, redoc. I don't really like this. Looks old. Okay, let's quit out of that agent. See how it moves to the bottom? So like, okay, it moved all the way to the bottom once I checked it. Do I like that? It should move to here, not to the bottom. I'm just curious. Can you explain to me how the list of agents is currently being displayed? Because I notice every time an agent is paused, it goes to the top of the list. And I notice how all of the agents that are either in working state, pause state, or done state are being displayed at the top. And then when an agent gets clicked into and then is no longer in any working pause or done state, it's just grayed out and it's a circle, it gets listed at the bottom. I just wanted to get accurately how this is working so I can change it the way I want it to work. Do they ever run out of tokens? Let's find out. I didn't actually read this information yet, so let me just paste it in here. What is my usage? I'm like only at 13% use, so not. Honestly, I don't usually hit my limits. We're gonna see. Let's see the idea. Where's the ideas? Did it just finish? Fix the creeper. Here it is. Okay, wait. This is the creeper update. I just removed that. Okay. Merge to main, and the working tree is done. Spite tx is the only file that changed 6 lines. Eyes. Oh, it did update it. What? I didn't want it to update it. I just wanted to get some ideas. Shoot. I guess we're gonna have to just see what it looks like now. I don't know if I can just rerun it already, or I'll have to reinstall. Yeah, I'd have to reinstall it. Creeper fixed. Can you install it locally? Also, is this updated like in the actual main project? Sorry, at first I wanted just to see ideas of different things I could change it to, but I see you already implemented a change in the code. Alright. Oh, crack my back feels so good. So for anyone who just dropped in the stream, this guy is supposed to be a shepherd, and he looks like a bit of a creepy shepherd because of his eyes and his staff. And so we're trying to work on a fix here. That's what I'm doing with that guy. And then the other thing I'm doing is I'm connecting my database to my API and trying not to overload my machine at the same time, because I'm running into usage limits with my CPU and my memory a little bit here and there. It's so far it's manageable, but for instance, I don't have my Shepherd API or data open up, which is technically needed to make this website here fully functional, but it's currently in like half operational mode because I don't want to be maxing out my CPU. The other thing is I'm live streaming on the same computer, so potentially might need to either do a dual computer setup, or get just one more powerful machine, maybe sell my computer and upgrade to like a much more powerful computer. We'll see, but I guess I just like doing a lot of things at once on my computer, so let me see this. Agent idle timer. Okay, I want to see this guy. Oh, okay. Install the brew, home boot, rebuild, get revert. If you want it done, I could get revert and rerun update and put it to the back to the old one. But the 10 top row, the 10 top row left right, old. I don't know what it's currently telling me here. I think I have to stop my Docker containers because let me see if I have, where would I have my Docker container. Can you please close down the background running task? Thank you. Okay. Alright, so there's the new Shepherd. It's got like a... It doesn't look as creepy. I don't know. What do you guys think? The eyes are better. Doesn't look as creepy. I don't know why he has a scarf on covering his mouth though. He also has short hair now instead of long hair. I feel like there's gotta be a way to update him a little bit. Open with Photoshop. My computer's gonna literally crash if I open up Photoshop. I'm stopping these real quick. Quit out of this. You thought it was a sheep? Look at yours on Discord. 2 system setup is the way to go. The only thing is you need to have a capture card, which is affordable and can get on the laptop and live stream. I do have a capture card actually, so I just need another computer though. Now my computer's gonna crash with Photoshop open and Discord opening at the same time. ADE coming soon. Zico's out there vibecoding something. Ay ay ay. It's always the images. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of fire. I like this. I like this. Nice work. How did you create this though? Did you use Claude or did you use some kind of tool? He has no eyes. I like that. Yes. Alright. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's get them to be more white though, don't you think? You did it by hand on a website? Is there a website to do it? Where do you do that? CLI block art sketchpad. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah. CLI block art. So could I load him in there via how do I load it? Load. Import as image. Import as la di da di da 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 di di di. This is why I was struggling, because I was using bigger squares. I wonder if it's possible to create, because this block art thing allows you to create in different size dimensions. So let's see if it's actually able to do it, to use those squares in that way. Okay, so we have this shepherd idea. I just want to make sure that it can work properly with the CLI block art and run in all terminals. It's currently drawn out with and if not, can you just give me variations of it? Also, can you match more closely the white? How did you pick these colors? I wish I could mod this a little bit. How did you do that? I want to like draw it myself. Has to be certain dimensions too. How did you do that? You're good at that. This is complicated. Did you use the large one? Like, here's my question. You see how I can click like here? But I don't think it can do that. Like, I don't think I can display that inside of. It's too fine. put the pixel on the file in Discord and import it. What the heck is the import button? Here we go. Okay, so how did you know this was the right dimensions specifically for block art? You know what I'm saying? I kind of want him to not have a beard. Okay, oh, it's the daisies. No, I don't like that. Undo. How do I undo that? I counted yours as 9 by 16 bottom imported. Okay, I like this guy a lot. I'm just trying to figure out how to separate out the staff from the arm, and I need to add a color. And now I screwed up because I got rid of all the colors. Let me just make sure these colors are all the same though, because yeah, see, some of them are not the same. There's slight variations. See, now we have 2 colors. It should only be 2 colors. Okay. Now I just want to change the color of the staff. Okay, let's change the color of the staff. What? What happened? Oh. Current colors versus color palette. I'm just trying to figure out how this website works. It's kind of broken. It's hard to navigate. Hold up. I'm trying to figure this out. Staff and arm not the same color. I know. I'm just trying to figure out how to adjust the color of this. Plus, oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, this is what I wanted. La 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 la. Oh man, I wish I had my color. I wish I had some of those colors that I had before. Local saved. Import from picture. Import from load pixel file. Downloads. Okay, this is what I want. I want this color right here. Pretty sure. This color or this color? Not that color. Not that color. That color. Alright. Bing bada boom. Bing bada boom. Bing bing bada boom. Bing bada boom. Bing bada boom. I think, right? No. Nope. It's so interesting how once you change the colors around, it changes everything around. You know what I mean? Once you change one color, you change all the colors. Jeez Louise. How do I just get this color? Can't find it. It's this. It's this. Oh, because it's not selecting it when I'm in there. That's why. Oh. Gosh, this site needs to be more user friendly. It's not that user friendly. I don't understand. There, now he's different than the staff, but I kind of liked his, I kind of liked, maybe a lighter white color. For his chest area. His staff is a bit dark though. So we need to make it a little bit lighter. Okay, I like it. Sorry, I've been pretty locked into this little 2D character. I haven't been reading the chat at all. Ink dropper tool, bottom left. Ocean Harvest trying to give me advice here. Keep pants and shirt different color. Oh, you think we should make some pants on him? So let's say we just do like I kind of like 3 colors though for the total amount of colors that I'm using though, to be honest. So maybe let's try using this color for the pants. The same color as the staff for pants. The simpler the better. Do we like that or no? Do you want shorter? Do you want him to have shorter waist or higher waist? He's wearing like some overalls. I like this because it goes right where its arm is. I kind of like this because it goes to where his arm is. This one is nice because it goes like that. Should we go down to his feet? Hey bro, I just launched my product. Nice, dude. Bang! Bang! Okay, let's export this. Do we need him to have this? How do I remove it now? Is there the erase button? Ah, shoot. Alright. Alright. We're leaving it like this. Now, let me export it. Resize, save, Shepherd, lowercase, description, save as Pascal, save in browser. I also want to save it as it's like a image. Resize. How do I like get it as an image though? Scale, resolution 30 by 30. PNG GIF. Loop repeatedly. Experience file export. Okay. How do I do this? I'm about to just screenshot it in a second. Let's just do this. Because all I need is a screenshot. Is the can the pixel thing be read by Claude? This pixel tool? Or no? We're about to find out on the next episode. La di da, la di di di. Alright, that's good enough. Whatever. Doesn't need to be perfect. Because all I need to do is screenshot. Wait a second. Screenshot it. Alright, so we'll leave it like that for now. Alright. Sheesh. Sheesh Louise. Sheesh Louise. Claude can read this file. I can't even read it. This Pisco art is a CLI block art, and what I specifically want to do is I want to change. I want to save this as my new shepherd. My new shepherd drawing there. The old one looks like a creepy, scary guy, and the new one looks way more welcoming and friendly. Are you able to read this file? If you can you update the actual black art in on the page with this? Change out the shepherd icon for this. I was trying to see if his staff looked better shorter, but there's something stable about it going down to the ground. Something grounding about that makes it more strong. This looks a little bit like it's floating in the air. I like it though. Okay, so I want to implement this Swagger Express into the API. So I was super locked into that, creating that. That was good. That was good. All right, so Lonnie Day API. I want to create a want to add Swagger UI Express into my API, so that therefore I can open up my API inside of my browser and see the actual endpoints visually. I think this is much better. It's a simpler, I really like this concept idea that you sent, Aaron, so I appreciate it. Yeah, this guy was just creepy. This guy was just creepy looking. Yikes. Okay, so I'm assuming some of my agents finished while I was locked into that art. That CLI art. So seed to database. Seed to database. Zulu says, makes me think of Moses is when I see yours. I know. Well, that was the OG one. This guy is, he could be, I think if I got rid of his weird scarf that he's got going on. Aaron, you're over there just spinning up agents or something. System performance fixes. This was something that I was dealing with earlier. Whenever I'm running Docker. Okay, seed to data. This is the one I wanted to see actually. API init, review your project plan into implementation static, fix creeper, seeded data. This is what I want to see. Oh my gosh, I lost my localhost. Command copy, full response. Okay, so what's happening, guys, is I'm just trying to get my actual API connected into my app that I'm working on, and what was happening was, if I click this arrow at the top, it was logging into my app, but it was turning off the access to the database and using local data only, because it was a way to bypass the login. But now I'm having it auto log into my account, so the actual database is technically going to have to be open to be using the app, which is how it should work anyways. In real life, you need the database to use the app anyway, so it's fine that that's how it's gonna work. I just have to get it working that way. So that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm updating this. So let me read this information right here. What changed? API. The data now lives in Postgres DB/seed. seed.js. Dang, I don't even want it to do that though. Bummer. I have to spin up the database. It just created a seeded table inside of my database, which I don't even really want. Oh man, sometimes Claude implements things that are making mistakes. I should have clarified that. I should have had it make a plan before I implemented it straight from one prompting. Okay, so let me update this. First, let me check the actual database. Because right now it's closed down. So let's spin it up. And spin this up. And then let's open up this in the actual browser window. Where is the seeded data? It said it added a seeded data table. Let me read this again. It says, what changed? It says what changed is both merged to main, working trees removed. API, the data now lives in Postgres DB seed.js, seed.js. With make seed, it truncates every data table, schema, and schema migrations touch when writes users accept 3 partnerships and tokens your 3 lines. Money Day offline now gives an empty book. There is no offline full day anywhere anymore, and that's the direct cost of moving the Swift seed. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. I mainly just want to know where it created the seeded data information inside of the database. I'm curious, where is this db/seed.js and day.js, and what exactly happens when you run this make seed? Because I don't need it to seed data into the database. Honestly, the database is persistently storing data, so there's no point in seeding the data really. Once the data's in there, then it's good forever. All I need to do is auto log into that specific user, so there's no more need for any seeded data at all. Do you see what I'm saying? So can you brainstorm a plan so that this is how it works? I don't need a seeded anything anymore. The database itself is the data at this point. Fix the creeper. Can you install locally? Thank you. I have 5 sub-agents running inside of this API. Review Swagger. Oh, this is implementing Swagger for me. Seeded database. Let's read this full response. Where they are and what make seeded does. Make seeded is inside of DB. Okay. Make seeded Docker compose profile seed run, which selects the tables and use schema migrations, and then reinserts and wipes the database first. Its own maker file line says so. Empties the dev database and writes the sample seeded data into it. That is definitely not what I want to be doing. You're right, and more right than you may realize. The seeded data was a migration one-time carrier. Keep a record, not a program. Delete both scripts. DB dump the current database. Okay. Let me tell it what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. So, there should just be one source of truth, and that is the local database that I have in my Docker image. And that Docker image is going to house the data and stay active, and it should never be wiped by anything. So that's why the seed.js, day.js, and make seed needs to be removed. That should not be happening. I want to keep a record of all of the current data that I have in the database, so that I can load up the data that I currently have in there in the app. But I don't want to end up like deleting anything that I currently, keep the data in there, and don't make me restart from scratch. But this C.js and data.js and make seeded and all this seeded thing needs to be done, because I no longer need a seeded way to add information into the database, because it's already filled with information, and that information is what I log into the app with. And if there is no way to access the database, then the app itself is going to have its own error. That's like there's no access to the database or whatever, like no internet connection. Basically, that's what you receive, because you need to have access to the internet to pull the information from the database. And so I don't really want seeded data at all at this point. I don't need anything to do with seeded data. So please go ahead and update this, and the database itself should be kept the way it was with the information that I once had inside of the app as seeded data. That should all be inside of the database. And if anything's missing, then just do your best to not remove it as you're doing this work project. Man, I'm gonna lose my database information. I feel like it already deleted some of the information. That's why. It's alright. I'll figure it out. It's just a bunch of seeded data anyway that was auto-generated, so it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Everything's fine. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Does that look good? I might update the colors though. I feel like the colors could be changed though. Looks way better. The shepherd in the corner has been updated. How can I make this shepherd look more like it fits into the page? It looks very human, that's for sure. Maybe if I, I just want to screenshot this real quick. In case I lose it, in case I lose this information. So we listen to the pineapple under the sea. SpongeBob SquarePants. Okay, so what I want to do is potentially update this shepherd to be a little bit different because it currently doesn't fit so that like perfectly. So browse local saves and load, upload, import. There we go. This is what I want. I want to update this a little bit more. Combined, replace. Okay, let's try to go with more of a white color on this guy. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm building a terminal window right here called Shepherd, which is running inside of a project called Herder. And I'm updating the icon, the block art for this project. Currently, this is what I'm doing. I think I want to just try to go with white for now. Whoops, click on it. I just want to see, because right now it looks very it looks good. It just looks very human. So let me try to I think I want to go with a little bit like brighter, you know. I don't think going that crazy is a good idea, but let me ask Claude for color schema. What color are you using for the blue in this project? And what color are you using for the yellow? Can you just give me the list of all the colors in the actual like hex codes? That's all I really want. I think the shepherd should change if you change the theme. The theme of the actual thing itself. Can you pull together all of the themes? I know Herder has a list of themes in their app, in the settings, themes. I want to enable the same themes inside of Shepherd, and I want to update the actual icon in the very corner with the different themes. So I just want to get a detailed plan for how to implement this. I'm not trying to execute any code in this prompt currently, just a plan for now. Okay, here's all the codes. Here's all the hex codes. Purple. The value is literally the color. It's this ANSE value. Hex code. Interesting. Dark blue, pure blue. So, I don't know if we wanted to make him have blue pants or not, but we'll try it out. Try it out. Where's my Google searching results? Red. You'd have a red staff or a yellow staff. Whoops. I mean, I don't necessarily love this, but I just wanted to see what it looks like. And I realized that all it's doing is it's taking the color all the way in the corner. So if I wanted red, then that would be red, essentially. It's very clashy. Like it's clashing or something. You know? Maybe his pants and the staff are always the same color. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I kind of like him actually. The more and more I change the colors around, I'm like, he kind of looks good the way he is. Give him a hat. I had him a hat earlier. Maybe when something finishes, the tip of the staff could turn green. Ah, that's cool. That'd be cool if this little block right here changed colors, or like the whole staff changed colors. Is that possible? Actually, it's got to be possible. Let's ask. Let's ask Claude. Is it possible to change the color of the staff of the shepherd inside of like let's say if like a agent finishes, can the staff like blink green for 1 second or something like that? I'm just looking for information. Don't change the code just yet. I just want to know if it's possible first. Sometimes it goes off and just does it when I say stuff like that, which wouldn't be bad. But I want to see what it says. Sometimes it can be really difficult and just causes unnecessary amount of code. Research done. Okay, so this is the themes. This is all the themes that Herder has. Has 18 themes. Two things I couldn't get and one route. What shepherd has? Well, how would it implement it? Like /theme? Yeah, choosing it, /theme. Oh, this is actually a really good idea. Okay, we're gonna implement themes. Okay, let's implement themes, and what I want to do, guys, did an ad just play? Did an ad just play on my thing? Why is ads playing on my thing? Gosh, so annoying. How do I turn off monetization on this? I think an ad just played on my stream. I need to turn off ads. It's so annoying. Ah, shoot. No, I don't want ads. I'm gonna turn off ads forever on my stream. Why is it on? I turned it off on all my other things. All my other streams I turned it off. I forgot to check it off today. So annoying. I'm about to tell YouTube to It's alright, not worried about it. Posted a second. You posted a second thing. Oh. It's like a side profile. I think I like this one better though. I like the OG better, but I do like the side profile. Shepherd theme system. Okay, I want to go ahead and implement this theme system. This is a great idea, /themes, and then just give me the option to select a theme. I want to update the actual shepherd to match the theme, so the icon in the top left corner that's being displayed. Also, I want to update the shepherd's staff. So when one of the agents completes, his staff turns green for a second and then turns back to the whatever color the theme is. I think that would be really cool. And the default character is the one that's being displayed already. That would be like the default, and the current theme is the default theme, right? It's just the current colors. And I want to change the shepherd's default icon to have a white shirt. So currently it's like off-white shirt and a off-white little top of his head is like off-white, but I want to change that to pure white, but leave the other colors the same. And that's the default theme. But then when I select any of these other themes, I need to create a block art that matches that theme for the shepherd icon in the top left corner. So go ahead and create this theme. Thank you so much. Okay. Ronnie, what are you working on? That's what I'm wondering. Color hex codes. Okay, so I got the color hex codes. I don't need that anymore. Fix the creeper dude. We did that. Persist agent duration. Persist agent duration. We did that. Shepherd staff color. Oh, we did that. And Shepherd themes being implemented. Seed to database. Okay. Let me read about this. This just finished 45 seconds ago. And it was working for 16 minutes. And I also need to update this as well with the shepherd icon, because look, it's not correct anymore. Okay, so merged onto made. What's gone? Seed.js, seedday.js. The whole seeded directory make seed is all deleted. Make reset gone. Yep. That can empty your database. There is now no make file target that can empty your database. Rebuild from empties. Long-handed. Okay. Lonnie Day, SQL, data only committed. Two things you should note. Another session moved API main mid-task. Someone, okay. So Swagger UI, that's what the other agent was working on. Your containers were recreated by something outside this session. I started them up. Okay. Let me see if Docker is running. Yeah, the Dockers are running. And what I want to do is rerun the app. Once I see API init. Okay, let's rerun the app. So go in here. Here. Rebuild. What the? Alright, so now I want to see, are we fully connected to the database? Let's see. API is running and the database is running. Let's see, actions. Wow. Alright, let's log into the app. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna be seeing here, but hold up. Hold up, everybody. Alright. So, let's try to add an action. So, I'm just drinking water and vibe coding peacefully. Okay, let's add this. Hopefully it's something new. It says coding only day. Vibe coding. Okay, drinking Drinking water. It's always putting capitals in here. Save. Refresh. Still isn't working. It's all because I'm not logging in. I already know it. It's because I'm bypassing the login. This should auto begin every time I enter it in. Should auto begin. Actually, let me load up my API endpoints. Localhost 3000/docs should be opening my Swagger API documentation. Actions. Is there a way to like do a new theme of this Swagger thing? Oh. Is that opening image of the brain? Zulu, what are you talking about? Let me look for it. There's like a theme, a different theme for this Swagger Brain. The backend. I just don't like the way this looks. Like the way this is loading the API. Just doesn't look that great. I'm looking for a Swagger UI theme, like a different theme or something like that. A different way to interact with the actual API. I don't like the default one. Am I about to use Gemini? I don't want to use Gemini, but I had it in there. This is the current most popular modern alternative. It features beautiful dark mode. Okay, let's use this instead then. Where did that go? It's alright, I'll just do it again. API init review project implementation. I would like to replace Swagger UI with this npm package instead, actually. Okay, now let me figure out exactly why my app is currently not saving information. I think it's because it's the auto login feature, when I click this arrow, it auto logs in with seeded data. And like if I click this, now it's going to auto log in with seeded data instead of actually logging into the database. So I think it's bypassing it, because everything really is working fine, and even Claude said that everything's connected and working fine. So let's just see exactly what's happening. So when I spin up the app in the simulator, I'm just wondering what exactly happens when I click the arrow on the main login flow page, the first page that loads when you open the app. When I click that arrow in the top right, what happens currently in the code? Because if I open up, this is my API right here, endpoint, and just by typing /health, I can see clearly that status is okay, API is up and running, and the API, and then this is my database that's currently on localhost, and that's up and running too. So for anyone who wasn't here earlier, this is what's happening in Hawaii. There's a hurricane that just came through. That's what it looked like before, and this is what it looked like after this waterfall. It's pretty crazy. That's a video from today. Socket.io is something I was working on earlier. This is what's being implemented right now. I need to update the icon of this guy. And so let's go back to Shepherd and see login arrow behavior. The arrow in the top right of the app is open view on skip, and it only exists in a debug build. Interesting. What happens when you press it? Skip area. Okay, I guess I don't need all the information of what happens. I just needed to know what happens with the data. Sketchbook sign in. Does a real host auth dev login, adopts the return profile. This is what I need to know. It gets the current login, which is the session involved. Okay. So I just added a new action in the app, and it didn't get saved into the database, so I'm wondering why that happened. I just did that about 5 minutes ago. And is it logging into the correct user? Dang, that's crazy. Ooh. Ooh. So in theory, if I close down my Docker images, then I shouldn't be, this arrow shouldn't work, and I should get an error message or something weird should happen. So I kind of want to try that out, see if it breaks, or if I get kind of like a message that says error logging in or something like that. Agent list shorting. This is for Shepherd. something I was working on earlier. I was trying to figure out earlier what list, how these get displayed. Like, does the latest agent get displayed at the top? If an agent is done, does it move up or does it stay where it's at? When it's finished and also viewed, how does it get displayed in the list down here? So I was trying to figure out how those get ordered and reordered, and this is the answer to that. So it says grouping comes first by kind, not by status. So within a group, sort by effective status, then by name. Rank blocked, what you call paused. Oh, this is the rank, 0, blocked. So that goes to top. Pause goes to the top. Done is ranked by 1, working 2, idle 3, unknown 4. So idle just goes, that's why idle goes down to the bottom of the list. So a tie, the name or the panel ID of unnamed. Okay, so that's what I want to know. When it's a tie, how does it get displayed? It's just going by name right now. Okay, so let's update this. I want to update the sorting so when there's a tie and multiple agents are done, or multiple agents are working, or multiple agents are in the idle state, what I want to do is I want to rank those by the number that it's given. So the most recent agent with the largest number should be towards the top, and then the oldest agent with the lowest number should be towards the bottom. So don't rank it by name if there's a tie. Okay, I was about to say another prompt, but then I just decided not to say anything. Okay, so login arrow behavior. Let's read this. This is the thing we were trying to figure out. So every time I click on this button right here, the account is correct. Every authentication request in the last 40 minutes carries user ID, blah, 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 blah. Which is this number. There are 4 users. Nothing has touched any other 3. The most recent write landed on actions write at 11:14. Oh, that was when I did it. The road, drinking water. That was what I added. Where does it get added to? It is tracked. It's in actions. Okay, let me go to my database. Why is it not showing then? 2 sorted by rules. Sort by title ascending. No, I want sort by. Wait, is the date added? Oh, here we go. Date created at timestamp. What is today? Oh, there we go. So I just need to update it, the table to be sorted by descending, and then by title. No, I don't really want then by title. Okay. So I could update this if I wanted to in the database. In theory, I should be able to do that. Save changes. Escape. Save changes, enter. There, it is updated. Let's go. Now let's see if it changes inside the app. Yes, it changed inside the app too, lowercase. So if I put a number 2 in here and click enter, refresh that. Let's reload the app. I don't know how to refresh the app yet. Maybe if I just log out and log back in, it'll refresh. Sign in didn't land. Alright. Let's just rebuild the app. This is some of the bugs I'm going to work through to try to obviously fix some of these issues. What's happening here? There we go. Alright. Rebuilding the app. Sign-in did not land. The network connection was lost. Localhost 3000. Did it get shut down? Oh yeah, it's not. Oh, now it's there. Now it's not. Now it's there. Now it's not. What the heck? Interesting. Let me go. Let me see. Let me go to it from here. Maybe it's being updated. I think one of the other agents is updating it, that's why. Replace Swagger UI. That's what it was. npm install. Can you restart the Docker image to get this working again? Localhost has stopped. And I want to just, and then can you give me the actual information for how to run this in browser? The new replaced Swagger API. Okay. It's just because localhost was shut down while that agent was working, so no big deal. What's up, Joe? Yeah, we're getting in work today. Like, actual API is created, database is on there. It's been working. Motion harvest cracking up. Swipe up. Okay, so you know what else is cool is Shepard is about to get a theme system, and we're gonna get some cool colors going on in the inside of this window. So we're not just gonna have the basic, normal theme. Except I don't mind this theme. I need to swipe down to refresh thingy, I know. Swipe down to refresh thingy. So, let's go into the app. Seeded data, let's delete this. When I drag the main screens down, for instance, when I drag down the main homepage, or in the list view or the calendar view, I want the app to connect to the database and refresh the data. I also want the same thing to happen when I'm viewing friends in the friends list, when I drag down inside of that view as well. Okay, there we go. 1 second, you go to the bathroom. What kind of MacBook Pro do you have? M2 MacBook Pro. It's pretty. The ocean is getting pretty kicked up. The dirty water is getting kicked up. That's when the all the dirt from under the. Actually, a lot of times what happens is the waterfalls come down from the mountains, and then it gets into the like the dirty water. The dirt from the mountains gets into the water. And it's actually shocking how much water comes from the mountains into the water. But it's like this much. And then the ocean turns brown. I love this new thing. You see how right here, guys, it says how long Shepard was working for, and then right here it says how much time it's been sitting, like just waiting there doing nothing. And I really like that. Like this right here, agent idle timer, has been chilling here for 38 minutes, just being an idle agent basically. It's nice. It's a nice little feature I added today. What am I looking at? Agent listing shorting? Oh yeah, this is the way that agents are being listed now. It was being listed by name. Now it's being listed by something else. It's being listed by the whatever agent most recently was implemented. Swagger UI changes. Let me look at this. This is my API documentation that's being done. The stack is back up and served now on Scalar. Alright, let's check it out. Bing bada boom, bing bada boom, bing bing bada boom, bing bing bada boom. Why do I keep doing that? It's me, I'm Mario. Okay, so this is it. These are my API endpoints, and I do have to say that this view is way better than the other one. So this will have, like, if I want to have my actions, here's my action endpoints. Bing bada boom. Write something down. Action ID, get, patch, delete, post, resolve. If I click into it, does it tell me some information about it? Find or create today's line, today's action. Oh my gosh. Gucci. Why is the still have the swagger favicon though? Can you update the favicon? Because it has a swagger favicon and I don't want that anymore. Is there a different favicon we could be using with Scalier or something? Scalier. Such an interesting name. You can test the request right here too. Using what? Cool. Alright, so I would highly recommend using this instead of Swagger UI if you're gonna read your API documentation. So there you go. And what I'm talking about is this. Scalier API Express. It looks like it's growing in popularity. In 2000, about a year ago, it only had 15,000 downloads a week, and now it has 200,000. So it's growing really rapidly. Sorry, you guys couldn't see that. It's up here it's up here. 15,000 to 200,000. So it's getting popular now. Shepherd theme. Updating. Replace that. Pull to refresh. Agent list sorting. Could you update Shepherd? Rebuild it for me. Install it. Thank you. Alright, let me make sure that my database is open and that this is accessible. What's pretty printing? I'm looking for a Chrome extension that takes JSON information in Chrome and writes it like a nice way to see it. JSON formatter, add to Chrome. It has 2 million users. So now when I go to my little localhost thing here, ooh, now it looks fancy. Raw, parsed. How do I make this? How do I make this manage extension? I thought I had one time I had a JSON formatter that was let me like choose the themes of it. How do I change the themes of this? Bling. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I really just wanted to see this in that way. That's fine. Pull to refresh is finished inside of the app. Agent list sorting. Okay, so let me restart the Shepherd. So we have the list sorting updated. It's still doing the themes for Shepherd. Can't wait till those are finished. Okay. Let's open the app and see if this is working. We got the agent open. Now let's pull to refresh. Ooh. I'm gonna update the refresh icon to be something cooler though, like I want it to be something not just lame refresh, you know? Gotta have cool animation, always. I'm just scratching my beard because I feel like I might need a shave. You think it should be a heart animation? Ooh. And it could like be pulsing like doo 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 doo. That would be cool. That would be cool. Not like a doctor though. Something cooler. Scratching beard. I thought I was stressed out though. But we're not stressed out. We're relaxed. Alright, so sure. Let's just do this like always. Save, scratching beard. It should start the timer right when I enter that. Okay, so let's go to the database. And this time, because the database was on, and everything's on right, it's in there! Scratching beard! Yes! 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 Now, let me do something really quickly. Let's do scratching nuts. Scratching nuts. Let's enter that and let's refresh. Yes! 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 Alright guys, the app has a database and it is working. Fed just got in here and he just realized that I just successfully was able to connect. Well, look, I'm a software engineer, so I know I was going to be able to do it, but you know, this morning I've been running into all these weird issues why my app wasn't connecting to my API. You know, because I created this API and I created the database and I have a Docker image running, blah blah blah, I have all this stuff. And every time I went to go try to update today I went to go try to add an item into the app and see if it's synced with the database, and got entered and everything was working properly. It wasn't working. Like there was just an error, and then this wasn't working and that wasn't working, and then, you know, and then the actual endpoint was just turned off the last time. But this was the very first time where I am fully connected, logged in as a user, and like I am fully able to update this information. So if I add another feeling, let's say if I add excited and put it into the app, let's just say I need to update this character, but I just added a feeling in here, excited. So in theory, if I go to, I don't know exactly, let's just go to feeling note, excited. That should be entered in today, timestamp right now. Is that right now? Created at ascending. Yeah, that's right now. So it added that into the database, and everything is connected to the database. So the users are in there. I'm currently logging in as myself. Media is just a reference to an actual file that's local. So it says storage local because it's just seeded data. I haven't actually connected to the AWS database yet. That's what I'm going to be doing later. Alright. So, for anyone who's just dropped in here and checking out the stream for the first time, my application is it's called Lani Day, which means Heavenly Day, and it's for increasing awareness of actions based in fear of love. It's about going into the mind to bring out the unseen activity happening up here and bring it visually to see why is it that I am doing what I'm doing. What is the truth behind the action I'm currently taking? And then it should just bring awareness to that. So it's about capturing what's happening in this moment. It's not about planning the future. It's not about that. This calendar has nothing to do with planning. This calendar has everything to do with capturing now. And why are we capturing now? Because it allows us. Okay, so there's no retroactive data. You see, because all my seeded data was from the past is now being deleted because it's no longer in the database, which is a bummer because I need to do that. So I might actually put a bunch of seeded data into the database so I can get back all that information. And then is there a learn section in here? Media, I don't think there is. Either way, let's check the agents real quick. Agent list sorting. Will I make an Android version of the app? Yes, I will. Okay, so agent list sorting, we did that already. Why is it still checked? Okay, it's not checked, and I can delete this agent. Login arrow behavior. We understand that, so I can delete that. Agent idle timer. We did that, so I can delete that too. API init. This was the initial information for creating the API. Swagger UI. Fable icon. Shepherd theme. Pull to refresh is already working, so let's just remove that. And now we're down to the only 2 agents, 3 agents that actually matter, and Grok. Okay. Bing bada boom. Bing bada boom. Okay, so I have this. I've noticed that I cannot run my Shepherd Docker, or else I overuse my CPU starts to increase by too high. So therefore, let me see if I can actually run it. Oh, okay, here we go. I need to update this character because he's creepy, and we have a new character now for the Shepherd. But he's going to be changed because the themes are going to be updated, and there's going to be like new colors and stuff for him. So I'm actually going to wait till this theme thing is fully completed before I change this icon here. Let's go. So let's see what happens when I delete this drinking water. Should delete from the database. Let me see if I can run these right here. Can I update? I want to update Shepherd's Docker image. Currently it has API-1, but I don't want it to be called API-1. Just call it Shepherd-API. And then also I have and also in the Shepherd it has the Postgres 17 Alpine, but I actually want to change the name of that because it says Postgres-1. Change the name of that image to be Shepherd DB, and then can you turn those images on? In Docker. I'm not exactly sure where it created these Docker image files. Did it create them in here? Okay, guys, we're getting somewhere. I need to change my directory to the app. We're gonna go to the app, and then what I want to ask is, for the learn section in the menu, I can't see, I'm having a hard time finding in the database structure where these files will be saved in the learn section. Is there any database associated with that section yet? Or is there a database table? I mean, not a database, just a table inside of the database. I'm just looking for information right now, not trying to change any code. The other thing I need to do is I need to kind of merge these folder systems, because I have the CLI text, which is this website here, and then I have the Shepherd folder right here, which is for this project here, but they're the same project, and obviously I'm going to update the icon. The Shepherd icon is going to be updated inside of here because it's the old icon. But I think what I want to do is I want to merge the folder systems into each other, into this folder, so I have Shepherd TY, and then I have Shepherd site. Shepherd. Shepherd Docker rename has finished. So let's read into this. Oh, I hate when Claude takes over my Chrome browser. Shepherd API Shepherd DB API health returns true. Okay. So it's up and running, and my machine has 30%, 40% idle. So hopefully we're not gonna run into issues with that. Before I was maxing out my CPU when I ran Docker for some reason. Calls I made for you. Shepherd DB Docker container names must match. Okay. Whoa, buddy. What's happening? Alright. So now I have it open. So if I were to run, let's see if I run Control C. Okay, Control C opens up Shepherd with the information. Okay, let me see. Swagger, inspect. So what this agent does was it changed the actual fav icon to something else. Made it this. I don't even know what that is, but whatever. It's better than before. Okay, so let's just delete this. Learn database structure. Okay, so every time I run Command Z, it opens up in a new tab. I still haven't figured out how to do that right because I haven't done the WebSocket thing. I had an idea for opening up the information inside of an agent directly into this window and using Socket.io to do that, because how it currently works is if I load into an agent, I can click copy and it copies the text and then it pastes into Shepherd's little backend right here, like that. I just click this guy and it pastes in there. But if I am on an agent like this and I hit Control Z, it opens up without having to copy it and paste it. And because look, it's the same information on these two tabs, but the only thing is, I didn't want to have to open it in a new tab every single time. I wanted it to be able to load into the tab I already had open. The only issue I was having, it wasn't really working, so the way to fix it is to have this Socket.io be running inside of my Docker project, so I could have like a right now I have this Shepherd API and oh, that looks way better. Shepherd DB, Shepherd API. That's kind of how I want it to be. I want it to be Laniday DB, Laniday Test DB, Laniday API, and I want to say migrate. Yep, and I don't know what this migrate is about, but apparently it's necessary. I have no idea why it's necessary, but it doesn't seem like it would have to be necessary from my perspective. Let me actually just update this database structure really quickly. So let's go into the app or the API. I want to update Docker image names for this project. So currently it says API as the stack, and then inside I have Laniday DB, Laniday DB test, Laniday migrate, and Laniday API. But I want it to be structured much more like the Shepherd containers, which is in the stack that's using. So I wanted to say where it says API alone, I want that to say Lanide. And then where it says Lanide DB, I want that to just be DB. And where it says Lanide DB test, I want that to just say DB test. Where it says Lanide migrate, I just want to say migrate. And where it says Lanide API, I just want to say API. Claude is down. Is Claude down? Oh my gosh, is there a hurricane? It's because of the hurricane, isn't it? Not the hurricane. Major outage. Major outage. So I just start using Grok now. So, does that mean these two are not gonna finish? This one did finish though. It's because of the hurricane. All the water. Let's see if there's more hurricane videos out there. Refresh. No, not this. How do I just want to search TikTok hurricane LaLa. This is 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Holy moly. Oh, look at there's a pull down. There's a whole stop sign down right there. See it? It's on the ground. Whoa, trees down everywhere. Trees are down. Whoa, that's so big. What? That's huge. That was just posted. That was posted 1 hour ago. Whoa. Right into the house. Into the house. 5 hours ago. Yikes.
Coming at you live. Justin's coming at you live. Over here on the left side. Look at also a parking lot that has this is my. Do you feel this rain?
What's this guy doing? Ay, ay, ay.
I don't see a single fallen tree, which is honestly brilliant.
You just gotta keep living, man. L-I-V-I.
Did that tree fall over? It looks like it. That's not even falling over. That's how the tree is. Whoa, he's driving over it. Dude, that bridge is gonna fall over. Look at it, it's getting so much pressure put on it. Wow. That's why the ocean's gonna be dirty. From all that dirt coming in from the water.
Well, let's get you out to hunt. Powerful winds, heavy rain, a tropical storm warning is in effect. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne is on the ground in Honolulu with the latest. Katie, they've extended that flash flood warning yet again, but this time on the north end of the island, where that fan still continues to bring a lot of danger, especially in that mountainous terrain.
They've been getting hammered over there for a while. We've had a lot of, after as much as 3 feet of rain fell in parts of that island, leading to homes being swept completely off of their foundations. Officials believe those homes were occupied. We're watching for updates on that. Now, the power outages, they're not only here where we are, but of course over on that big island. So all in all, we're looking at more than 200,000 customers without power in the state of Hawaii. I will tell you, we're talking to some people about this who experienced not only the outages at some of these nearby hotels, but also the alerts waking them up in the middle of the night. Listen.
I got stuck in the elevators 2 times, in the same exact one, and they shut down and the power went out here. They couldn't use machines, and we almost got trapped in the elevator. We pressed the emergency button. We had to go down the stairs.
Some interesting family memories last hour, Jane. So
Okay.
maybe
A lot more videos been posted since last time I checked. A lot more videos have posted in the past 3 hours. Alright, that's about all of them. The main ones are the ones that are like, alright, we're done watching these now. X. Let's check our agents. Check the agents. Docker database structure. I wanted to see if it was, I wanted to see if my videos are going to be inside of here. The tables exist. API DB migrations, create 4 tables, subjects, 5 pieces. Oh, okay, so the table called subjects and pieces is for the actual videos inside of my app. Like this page I'm talking about, this page right here. I was trying to figure out if my app or if my database was having a place for that content. The tables are empty. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, so in the subject sections, technically, I'm gonna rename that because that doesn't make sense to me. Subjects. Let me see if Claude's still down. Okay. Yep. It's. Oh, is it down? Service disruption. It doesn't say down though. Claude Code. It says major outage, partial outage. Is Claude working for you? So you just can't log in. As long as you're already logged in, then you're good. That's the issue. Is that what it says right here? We're investigating reports, AI. Users issue authenticating. That was the first thing they said. Downgraded performance. It's still working though. For me it's working. It was working a second ago. Alright. Let me just do this. Subjects, pieces, feeling words. Piece speaks to. Okay, so these subjects, pieces, feeling words, and piece speaks to are all associated with the learn section inside of the application. Because I want to think of ways to rename it better, because those names don't make sense to me in my mind. Because this is a section for learning and stuff, in videos and sharing valuable information. So I don't know, this subjects thing just doesn't ring a bell, and pieces doesn't either. So let's get some ideas. So I'm just trying to get some I'm trying to gather some ideas for what could be different, so get some information back before changing anything. Okay. Docker image rename is finished. And inside of here, now it says this, and let's verify that. Yes, that is correct. But there's something missing, because where is the migrate, or no, the test database is not even in there anymore. Maybe it just didn't need to be run. I'm noticing the test database is no longer in the list, and I'm just wondering, is that because it's not running, or I don't know, it's just seemed to be gone now. Is that test database necessary, or is it able to be removed? Is it something needed the app actually needs, or no? It's gone because it isn't running, not because anything's broken. DB test sits behind a composer. The app does not need it. The running stack is used only by make test. Okay, let's remove it. I'd like to remove this DB test for now, and anything associated with it. I don't want to be using it. And also, right now I'm inside of the API, LaLa API, but if you can just go verify inside the LaLa app folder just to see if there's any reference or use to this DB test and connecting to it, but I don't want you to update anything in LaLa app. Just give me the information once you're finished updating this. I don't actually need that test database, and then once you do all that, I just want information but no changes to the migrate container and image. Like, I just want to understand exactly what this migrate is used for, why it matters. That's all. Docker updates. Learn database structure. This is just the Okay. Shepherd theme system is finished? Oh my gosh. The whole time I was doing that, I had this finished. I've been waiting for this for so long. 1 hour it took to complete this agent. Docker rename this. I can delete this agent right here. Let's go into this agent. This is the new theme for Shepherd to be able to switch themes. 8 themes available. Cool. Theme/name. Pick one. Bing bada boom. Let's see. Do I actually have to rebuild this? Can you please install this locally, the updates? Okay. I'm excited to see this. So what I'm working on is, my main project is this application for understanding, this app is called Lani Day, which means Heavenly Day, and it's to increase awareness of actions based in fear or love, and it's about increasing awareness of the unseen activity happening inside the mind, because I ended up into a depression and I had to learn a lot of lessons to understand why I ended up there. And it's interesting because I was like, previously in my life, I've been working out like every day, eating healthy. I love coding ever since I was a kid, and I did it for fun, but then I fell out of love with coding and became distant with friends, and I didn't understand how I end up in this situation where my business and everything is doing fine. I feel like I'm working out, I'm eating healthy, but for some reason I am the most unhappiest, depressed person ever. And I was a very disciplined, focused person, and I didn't realize some of the things that I needed to realize of that was going on in my mind. I was working in worry and stress and fear and disconnection to others in life, and I had to really start to become aware of some of the stuff that is hard to see because it's not visual. It's happening inside of my mind, and I felt separate from others in life. And so my application is about capturing what's happening right now. It's just like, so for instance, like I'll just put in here what I'm doing, and then it could be anything. Like I'm coding Lani Day right now, so I could put, like, when I put coding Lani Day, then I could put like the energy I'm having behind it, like I'm excited, I'm just having a good time, whatever it could be, or I'm stressed out, I'm feeling this way, I'm angry, that's why I'm doing this. It's about capturing the moment, what's happening, and then the energy level associated with it. So then therefore over time you can see, like, oh, I wish I had the data to show you this. I removed the seeded data, but over time you can check to see if this action is more often based in fear or love. So yeah, it's super cool. There's light mode and dark mode. It's just like but anyways, let me go in here. That's the quick version. If you want the longer version, then that has more information, then I wrote this to answer that question in an article, and it'll give you like a more depth understanding in how I got to this point, because it took me many years to see the meaning of what I'm doing, why it matters, and I'm showing up for other people. I'm just trying to do my best to show up for other people and help other people the best way I can. Install, and so to keep talking about what I'm working on, so this Shepherd tool right here that I'm coding with, I'm creating this as well because it's a application that helps me it helps me code the app, because it's a backend tool that herds. This is called Herder and this is Shepherd, and my window basically syncs with Herder and then allows me to visually be like the conductor of the orchestra. And so that's what I'm coding right here when it comes to this Shepherd tool. So yeah, this is my second little backend project that's helping me code this. And those are my two main projects right now, and then I have two other like fun, well, everything to me is interesting and fun, but I have two other like projects that are just kind of like side projects. I'm only putting in like 10%, 20% of my energy into those, only here and there. But I don't talk about them as much because I want to get them started and created before I don't know. I don't want to talk about it too much before I actually like commit to more time to it. Otherwise, I feel like, yeah, Mookie, exactly. Where's Mookie? Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Mookie, Mookie, and Maya. It's a project with characters in it, and it's actually pretty cool. I could pull it up real quick if you want me to, but I don't talk about it that much. Secret project. Okay, so learn videos database. Docker updates. What is this saying over here? Oh, this is giving me ideas for different database names. Shelf, theme, topic, teaching. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it. Let me keep it checked so I don't forget to check it again. API init Shepherd theme. This is what I want to see. So Shepherd themes are now updated. So let's go check it out. Let's check this out, guys. See, it's actually gonna be cool. Themes are now added into here. Let's pick one. So we could do Tokyo Night. And oh my gosh, see, it changed all the colors. And it changes the colors of the Shepherd too. I wish I had more agents open so you could see the colors better. Should I open up a bunch of more? Let me open up a bunch of agents real quick in different folders so we can see all the colors. I'll just open up Grok agents. Where? Path. Let's just open up everything. Shepherd. I already have Shepherd open. Shepherd app. CLI text. Yo, what's up? Let's open up LaLa too. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's just that for now. All right, let's go themes. Themes. All right, let's try all the themes. They're like variation. That one's like a variation of the same thing. This one's a variation. Oh, nice. And now when it's done, he should get. Wait. Wait. Let me say something real quick. Yo, respond to me with what's up. When it's finished, his staff should turn green. Is it? Yes, it did. Look it did. Ah, sick. Okay, so terminal is, okay, so this is the default. This is the default, just terminal. And then Tokyo Night. I think we saw that one already. Tokyo Night Day. Interesting. It's like Earthstone's Dracula. I wonder if there's a light mode. Let me ask if there's a way to do light mode. This is like a washed out color. It's actually kind of crazy how that looks. But these are all the same themes that, like, for instance, what theme did I just pick? What theme was that I just picked? No, not where. Nord. Okay, so if I go into this menu settings, Nord. Whoa. Wait a second. Shift Command 4. I just want to see this. Dang, that's cool. I like how that looks. That only showed up when the settings were open, but I like how it's being drawn out like that. The different shades of color. I might actually update the character to do that. So you can match the theme of Herder inside of Shepherd. I'm just checking out all the themes. One dark, one light. But what I'm trying to figure out is this. Settings. Like if I do one of these bright colors, like one light. Why is the background still dark? You know? Because I have one light selected, I think, already. Yeah. But it also is dark. It also is dark in Herder too, though. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but. Solarized. Ooh, I kind of like solarized. There's more. I have more themes than Herder does, though. Rose Pine. And Vesper. I like, the one I like the best is, that solar rised. Yeah, I don't know. Something about this one's nice. Super clean looking. What do you guys think about that? Let's give it a prompt. Yo. Motion, yeah, this is fresh. Fresh. You see how his staff turns green for a second when he finishes a prompt? What's up? Is it too fast? It's not too fast. But the audible sound of the ding is quicker than, it's like a little bit of a delay from when it shows up. I see the staff. I'm copying you, sorry, screenshot in general. Why? Because you wanted my project on Discord? Oh, you're talking about the directory in the agent and then the task? Nice. No, it's good. It's good. I mean, that's exactly right. It's so much simpler that way. You know what I need to do is I need to update my status line so that no, it's a good implementation, yeah. I just what I need to do is I need to update my status line to say the folder I'm in, because I find myself scrolling up and looking what folder I'm in sometimes. I don't know, just randomly I'll do that. But like obviously I know what folder I'm in because it says right here. It says right there what folder I'm in. But I don't know, just sometimes you know what I mean. So this is the default theme. I want to see the default theme compared to the one that I currently have. Terminal is the default. Yeah, it's fine. I like it. And then this is Solarized. This is my second favorite. Dude, it's just the pants. I almost kind of want to make this the default one as well. Because this, I like the way that this looks a lot. I like those colors and everything. So, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this. Let me like downloads. Where is my screenshot? Yeah, let's see this side by side comparison. I like it. I like the orange staff. And I like the blue pants. Looks more like a richer. Okay, so what's this theme called? Solar. Let me copy this text. Can I copy this or no? Solarized. Alright, let's go to Shepherd. I want to update the default terminal theme to use the same colors as Solarized for the Shepherd icon guy in the top left corner. I like those colors a lot, so that's gonna be like the default color for Shepherd icon. Can you update that for me and change it for the terminal theme? Bing bada boom, bing bada boom. I love when I see something and I just know, I'm like, yes, that is the style I'm going for. What tool is this? DC, this is my vibe code. Oh, sorry, Motion Heart answered it. Sometimes I get reading and then yeah, this tool is called Shepherd, and it's meant to be run inside of Herder. It really works synergistically with Herder. If you don't have Herder installed, then this really doesn't work. So it's only meant for Herder. And I'm gonna be putting it on GitHub, so you can run it yourself. But it's meant to be used just with the default Herder that you can install from Herder's website. So that's ultimately what I'm creating here. Theme system. Well, I thought about maybe making it able to work outside of Herder. Like, but that's gonna require probably triple the amount of code to do, because I basically have to do everything Herder's doing. Which Herder's doing a lot of the management, from like making sure there's support for each agent to check whether they're working or not working, but I can definitely implement that. But the thing is then it needs to be like an open source project where people update it and stuff. So if I have enough people who want to like contribute to it, that's the main reason why I would do that. Make it available outside of Herder, which I want it to be, because I would love to be able to run this. Like, it would be so cool to be able to click this and open up the agent that's back there without having Herder open. Like, because right now it's opening up the Herder tab, you know. But imagine if I just click this and then boom, it just opens up, and I can go back and I can create my own navigation system instead of using Herder's navigation system. Yeah, that would be so cool. So that's a future idea. And what I want to do is probably do that when I have a good amount of people who are going to contribute to the project, because I feel like just managing each agent, like, you know, Pi, Claude, Grok, Codex, Kimi, every single CLI has to be updated and kept track of, so that it works seamlessly with every agent. And if I separate this project out from Herder, I lose their open source kind of like community that's already doing all that work. Herder already has a good community of people that's putting in the work to manage all the agents. So I'm kind of like latching on to their already working project so that I can add like a feature that I think is useful. So I'm just trying to think about it like realistically, how this would be best implemented over time. Okay, so this is information that I need to read because it's talking about the database tables being updated. So I gotta make sure I read that, but it's kind of boring, so I'm not gonna do that right now. Solar terminal theme, Shepherd theme system. Let's delete this. Docker updates. Okay, so let me check Docker really quickly. Oh shoot, I needed that Docker updates thing. Well, it's gone now. There should be like a grace period for deleting. Maybe there should be a way to undo, like for a second, the agent goes into like a, maybe for like 5 minutes, the agent goes into like a archived section where I could undo and get the agent back after I delete it. That's probably a good idea. So right now I'm updating the actual I'm updating this guy to be, you know, this was the previous default guy and the new default guy is this color. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update the website because this is the OG Shepherd that looked creepy, and so we don't want to have this creepy guy anymore. We're gonna have like a cool guy. So I'm gonna update the website right here with this information too. So let's do that. Let me change my theme real quickly. Back to terminal. So we're gonna go into CLI text. I am now updating the icon for Shepherd, so I have a completely new guy, and currently this guy is accessible, the actual code of this guy, because it's a CLI like block text art, and the way you could access this is he's currently the main character for Shepherd inside of the TUI application, and I'll drop in an image here too as well to reference the new character. Shoot. I need to change to Claude. Alright, drop this prompt back in there, and then what just happened? Alright. Now I want to open up the Solarized terminal theme. Can you install and update Shepherd? And now I can go read some of this information about I want to read some of this information that I have here about my database structure and the name of my learn section. So this is the content section for my app, where I have kind of like short videos, right, and then I have long videos down here, and there's like sections you can switch between, and then there's a search field. That's how it currently operates. The only issue is that inside of my database, it's actually being labeled as subjects, which is like I suppose the subject of the, I guess this is the subject, is this, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out ways that I can more clearly identify this section in my database. Shelf theme topic collection. I understand subjects. I just think maybe it needs to be called like learn and then subjects or something like that. Teaching story talk thing. I don't really like any of these ideas for changing it. The current database names are where's the current database names? Can you give me the current database table names as well? Just for this section of the app. Oh, whoops. Wrong agent in here. What I want to do is I want to put that into this section. Okay. Now, I should be able to quit out of Shepherd and reopen it. And now it has the updated guy in the corner. Oh, freaking yes. It turns green. His staff turns green. That's so cool. Alright, Zulu. Catch you in a minute. Okay, learn videos database. Okay, let me go into here. I need this information now. I currently have ID, name. Oh, subjects. The subject section in my database has these names, and then the pieces. I think the pieces is the video. Is the actual videos. Okay, so I want it to be subject. I want it to be video subjects. Video subjects, videos, video speaks to. I just want to put video in front of all of these things. Or something like that. Yes, I have power. And I'm live on the streaming. Yes. And it's crazy because a lot of people don't have power in the hurricane outside. Because all the trees are falling down. Did you see this? Look at the alawai. It's almost overflowing. The hurricane. I don't know how I have power actually. I think a lot of people are doing what that dog is doing, just looking around. This is from 2 hours ago, these trees falling over. You see that? Look at how big this tree is! Oh my gosh! In the window. Into the house. I don't know, I have power somehow. With all these things falling over and all this out there, I am not sure how I'm still on this thingy. Okay. That looks sketchy. You know? I'll check my agent. I really love my new guy, and he's updating I'm updating this guy inside of this page because I thought this guy the OG guy looked kind of creepy. Now that looks so much better. It looks a little bit small, so let me just update that. The guy in the top the icon, he just looks kind of small, so can you make him a little bit bigger to fit inside of there in the center of that? Because he's currently a little bit too far to the right, and but not much bigger, just slightly. And also the Fable icon in the top of the name of the website actually needs to be updated, and the shepherd for shepherd, I want it to be lowercase s instead of capital. Okay, so let's get the agent doing that. And currently my API looks like it's down. So let's try to close out of this and maybe spin it back up. Container healthy. And it's live again. Okay. Okay, so I'm super happy with where I'm currently at with the app. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm working on, I'm just working on this app called LaLa Day, which is for increasing awareness, you know, of actions based in fear of love, to more consistently become aware of the unseen activity happening inside of our minds and bring it to light into the phone, so we can visually like keep track consistently of why it is that what's like the core reason behind what I'm doing, you know, because a lot of the activity and reasons behind what I'm doing is happening up here, and so sometimes it goes unseen, unnoticed, and that's what this app is doing. It's not about planning the future, even though there's a calendar view. It's not about planning anything. It's just about recording what's happening right now, and it's about you know, keeping track, because if I enter in, for instance, like I'm coding LaLa Day, and then I put in the feeling I'm having associated with it, whether it's like if I am angry, I'm doing this right now because I'm angry or sad or lonely or insecure about something. Maybe I'm insecure about something, so I'm doing this action, or you know, just to record the actual energy behind what you're doing. Hello world. Yeah, it's a funny name. Must be a developer. I think you have to be a developer to have that name. But so yeah, then you record what you're doing. And the cool thing is I actually updated this feelings wheel, so I can type in and I can click record and say, right now there's a hurricane and I'm calm but also nervous in case my window breaks. So let's see how it interprets it. So it just listens to my voice, and then it's going to try to pick up and guess where it's going to be. So it says, okay, you're anxious. So it's kind of cool. It'll like try to pick a feeling based off what you say. And then, okay, so over time, as you record this information into the app, then it'll give you the history of like how frequently are you stressed out doing this activity, or is the worry creating the actual reason for the action itself. So it's to try to associate the feelings and the reasons behind what you're doing with the action. So you can enter in also like why you're doing this, and then there's like core 5 reasons why you're doing this. You can pick between it, and then you can explain in the notes section. You can write your own explanation of like why it is I'm doing this thing. Like maybe it's because I have kids and I'm taking care of my kids, and even though I don't like doing it, I need to do it for this reason. And just like start to increase the awareness behind why it is I'm really doing what I'm doing, and then notice if I'm acting based off fear or love over time. Super cool. And I just need to what I need to do though is I need to update the history, because I deleted all the history of the app when I added the database. So this is my database that I just created today for the app, and now I have it running locally on my computer, and it's working and everything. But I used to have like this seeded data that would show like a year's worth of data inside of the app, so I could show you guys like what it looks like when you get the reporting information back from the app. But right now it's all empty, so I can't like see a history of, you know, because like there's cool visuals like this visual that you can see based off of the action you're taking and then the feelings associated with it. So it's saying like, okay, while I'm coding, you know, 47% of the time I was stressed out, and 14% of the time I was this feeling or this feeling. So it's like tracking the feeling and the energy levels behind the actual action. But the cool part is when you can record this data over a week or a month or a year and then visually see that. But I just can't see that right now because I need to update the database. It's alright though. I'll fix it. I'm gonna fix it. And Claude was down and now it's working, so that's good. It was just a short outage, which is interesting because it's like right during the hurricane at the same time. But I don't think Claude has servers on the island, so that doesn't actually link up and make any sense. The power is out in Liliuokalani and Kaimuki. So what are you doing over there then? You're reading a book or something? Power is out for you, so you must be reading the book. Alright, so let me just, right now, I have the icon updated for this, so let me go full screen for a second so I can enter in my information. Guys, look at outside, it's actually spooky compared to what it's normally looking like. Alright, I'm entering in my... Why isn't this loading? One second. Sign in is unavailable. Interesting. Is it because my Docker images are down? My API is not spun up, that's why. Docker icon update. Let me try rerunning, hold up everybody. Let me try rerunning my actual... Oh, that is because this went down. I gotta restart this npm run dev. There we go. Alright. Now it's working. Yay. Shepherd. This is the shepherd. And when I want, now I should be able to send information over to that site in the background. Control Z. And it will open up. But do you see how it opened up in a new tab? So now I have two tabs open. One empty and one with the information. So I really wanted to be able to open up into the same tab. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this socket.io npm package and create a connection between my server and my website and my CLI client. So let me do that now. So I think I'm gonna execute this inside of... this vibing website. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to use socket.io in my server API that I have running for Shepherd, the Shepherd API, and I want that to create a socket that opens up a connection between my actual TUI, like the thing that's running inside of Herder, the Shepherd that's running inside of Herder. When I do /login, I want it to open up a socket that it's connected to, and then I want the actual login on the website to then also be connected to the socket, so that I can, when I do the Control Z or the /copy, it can send that copy text from an agent over into my into the website without actually having to look or to open a new tab in the browser or to look for a tab or anything like that. I don't want to have to open a new tab or do a post request or all that stuff that's currently happening. I just want to use Socket.io to implement this transfer from text from the CLI into the actual website. So can you implement that for me? Thank you. Also, I'd like you to remove any of that unnecessary information, because this function, any of the functions that are associated with /copy or Control C are going to get replaced by this Socket.io implementation. But obviously /login is going to exist and /logout is going to exist, and it's going to connect to this socket. But it needs to be running in all three places. The Docker API, the actual Shepherd that's running in the terminal, and the Shepherd, the CLI text that's running in the browser. Okay, that's going to be awesome, because then I will be completely finished with having to copy text from inside of this window into the browser. My app is working really well. Shepherd is working really well. And I have the characters, my secret project that I don't talk about that much, that's going to be created in the future. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm going to be creating a bit of an anime situation going on. And I don't want to talk about it too much, because I have a lot of plans for it and I haven't been able to work on it, because I want to put most of my energy all into this application. I want to get this application up and running, and then I have a lot of work to do, like the video section of the app. I have to put in, or I want to be putting in the make videos, record them, load them into the app, talk to other people also with useful information to share. And then also I have to, or like something I really want to do is I want to increase this Who's Beside You section to be more and more built out, so it's not just like a simple list of you and your friends. Right now it's just a list of you and people you invite, but I have a plan to make this more of a community-based type of thing, where you can connect with people, not just connect with people, but like it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. I want to like implement it more than I want to talk about it, so I'm gonna be doing that in the future. But right now I mainly just need to get the MVP out, and the MVP is what you're seeing, and this is this is why I'm creating the database today that has all the information necessary to go live. And then I'm gonna put this on AWS. You know, right now I'm running a local Supabase database, and I just want to get this local system up on AWS once this is finished. And first thing I need to do is add some more seeded data into this test database that's on my computer, specifically for my user account. So that's something I can do right now, actually. Let's go into the app. Lonnie Day API. Should I do the API or the app? Whatever, I'll just do the app for now. Okay, previously, in this project, I had a bunch of seeded data that was really valuable. It's probably like a few commits back in GitHub. I don't know if that data is still being stored in there, but what I want to do is I want to have that same information that once was just local on the simulator and now have that inside of the database. So I want it to be underneath my user account that's with Billy, the name Billy, and I want to be able, that's because I want to be able to see, like, for instance, Coding Lonnie Day used to be able to see a year's worth of data, and it was really useful for looking in the app and seeing how everything is going to work over time. And so I need that either resurfaced and added into the database or recreated. So whichever one makes more sense, then just go ahead and implement that. But you're going to have to go into the actual API folder, right? That's sitting, you know, at the same level as this current app folder is. So you might have to go up one directory. See you later, Aaron. Motion Harvest, bye. Good stream today. Catch you tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully I still have power. I think I will. This seems to be doing okay here. And the storm, I don't know. The storm's still kicking pretty hard out there though. So maybe not. Not used to the background being so rainy, throwing me off. Hope you're staying safe through the rough weather. Yeah, it's actually really bad. Like, someone came and knocked on my door this morning and was like, hey, did you call about a window breaking and you needed to get fixed? And I was thinking, geez, this guy's out here fixing windows in the middle of a hurricane. Like, he's literally, it's just coming right now and he's fixing the window already. I mean, if it was your house, it would make sense, but it was someone else's. Someone else called him. He was like a worker. So yeah, that's interesting. And I actually heard the glass break. I heard it. It was like really loud. So. Let's refresh this page. See if there's any new videos of people in the hurricane.
Alright, day one of the hurricane is done. Can we get these tropical storms out of the system?
He's just doing a random video. Look at how brown the water gets from, it's from all the waterfalls, or the rain coming down from the mountains.
Why?
But I don't know what, there's a bunch of random videos now. Because all the rain comes down and then goes into the water, and then there was one I saw, video I saw that was showing the before and after of one of the waterfalls. Can't find it though. Look at this. See these people in their cars like underwater?
You can't park there, sir.
That's wild. I wonder if they just got out of their car and they're trying to walk from their car. It must be. That was 18 hours ago it was posted. Okay, so now I have 2 of these Shepherd windows open, installed. Restore seeded data. Entering work tree. Oh, wait, what's happening? Some agent tried to create a work tree outside of a working directory. Let me just say something. I'm not sure why this agent tried to create a working tree in the wrong location, but that was inaccurate location, so don't do that. Wait, why did this misunderstand what to do? I'll start finding old seeded data in Get repository. Build and screenshot. Data already in the database. You can continue working on this project, but just make sure not to be creating things outside of the necessary folders. I saw that it was creating a working tree in the wrong locations. So just ask me questions if you're running into weird things like this again. Do I have LinkedIn? No, I don't really use LinkedIn. Okay, I love this new Shepherd character. Looks so much better. Oh, it did it again. I need to stop this agent because it's actually something's up with that one. Socket IO integration. I'm getting kind of hot. I need to open the windows a little bit. 1 second. I'll be right back. Wait, let me check something. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm coming! I'm coming! Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. I was just putting food in the oven because I'm getting kind of hungry. The weather is raining and windy. I'm really grateful because I'm in a safe place and the power hasn't gone out yet. And I was worried that the power was gonna go out. And actually the sun is starting to come out right now. There's light coming through. Okay. I just need to put food in. Oh gosh. Let me cut out some of these agents that are just existing for no apparent reason other than just being there. Incomplete task. What does that mean? Socket IO integration. Shepherd solarized theme. So I added themes to my little window, my CLI shepherder. So it says, oh, where'd you go? What did you do then? Let me go into here and change this theme. Ooh, it just looks a lot more earth tony. The earth tony vibe. I just want to make sure that actually when I change a theme, it changes the character. Okay, cool. Cool. And my computer is not overpowered. I still have 44%, 50% CPU utilization, and I have all of these open. And I accidentally deleted out of review project planning implementation status. I wanted to see why I had can you give me information of why this migrate Docker image is just sitting there and it's off, exited, and I noticed that it's just oftentimes not being used for anything. So I'm just wondering, why does it exist, and is it necessary? Is there a way to not have it? I'm looking for information, not actually to implement or change anything on my computer or my system yet. Wait, what number did it just give it? Docker migrate analysis. Okay. It gave it number 4 as an agent. Did you see that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting, but I already have 10 open. It shouldn't work like that, actually. How should the numbering system work? I need to update the numbering system inside of Shepherd. I wanted to update it just to be I want the numbers to change. Because right now, I have no 7, right? There's no agent number 7. So it skips from 6 to 9. Or no, it skips from 6 to 8. And I guess what I want to do is I want to make these numberings on the left side of the agent list to be dynamic. So it always shows me the most recent one is the largest number, and everything adjusts. So for instance, if I erase delete an agent, all the numbers will adjust to be, you know what I mean? So if I delete, if there's 1, 2, 3, and I delete 2, then 3 becomes 2. That's what I want to happen inside of the list of agents. And then, so when I spin up a new agent and I give it a new prompt, that new agent will have the largest number. So the largest number is always the newest agent that gets added to the list. And then the lowest number is always the oldest agent that was added to the list. That's how I want it to function. Currently, I just added a brand new agent and I realized it got the number 6 and there already is a number 10, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, that needs to be fixed. Hello, first timer here. What are you making? What's up, Wayne? So, what you're seeing is something I made, which is, this is a shepherd, and it's a tool that runs inside of Herder, so it's like the shepherd of the herd of agents. Right now I'm using Claude and Grok, but mostly Claude. And the application that I'm coding is called Lanide, which is a tool for increasing awareness of actions based in fear or love. And I came to the realization of this application. It took me many years to understand this, and I wouldn't have been able to create this and see the meaning of this earlier on in my life. So my story matters to how I got to creating this application. So I'd like to share with you something I wrote, which is, I'll put it in the chat. It's an article, which is !build. You'll see what are you building. And there, in that article, you will get the story behind how I ended up seeing the meaning in this application. And what it all comes down to is it's an application that is about capturing the unseen activity happening inside of our mind, bring awareness to whether I'm acting in fear or love. And because I ended up in a depression and I had to learn the lessons that I didn't know, because, you know, it's interesting. I always think about the fact that I was working out, eating healthy, and my business was doing decent, and I was like, how did I end up in a depression? How did I get here? Because I couldn't see the things I wasn't learning about and working on with my mind. I was creating disconnection inside of my mind. I thought I was separate from life, and I felt different from other people, and also I was stressed out. I was worried about being okay, because I started out my business with a lot of stress and worry, dropping out of school, and I created a project that wasn't about what I was interested in. It was about being okay. It was about being secure in life. And so, you know, to have the places to live and sleep and eat. And I realized I was working out of fear, and I wasn't working out of like interest and what I was interested in coding, even though I did like coding, and I did start coding at a very young age for fun. But the project I chose to work on was something that was focused on, I was trying to feel safe. So I ended up doing something that wasn't about what I was excited to code. It was about what would help somebody else, so that therefore I then could feel safe. And so that was part of it, but there was also other pieces of it that I didn't understand, which is this feeling separate from other people, and not seeing truly who I am as a human being, you know. And I had to understand that I am what I see, and I'm inseparable from everybody in life itself. There is no separation. I'm creating the separation inside my mind. So I want to share some of the things I've learned to help me come out of this depression, and One of them is to increase awareness of why I'm doing what I'm doing, the core reason. Not just, oh, I'm doing this because I need a XYZ, or I'm doing this because somebody treated me in this way, and then I had to do this, and then this happened in my life, and then that's why I'm doing this. But like, to really get down to the core, like, what is this? What really is behind this action? Why does it matter? Why is it meaningful, even if it's something that seems important? Is it based in fear, or is it based in love? And that's what I'm trying to understand. So, for instance, if I put like Coding Nani Day, the key is like you can track your feelings in here, like in a feelings wheel chart, and it's just about capturing what's happening right now. It's not about thinking about the past or thinking about the future. It's all about right now. And that's why I need to make sure I express is that this app is about capturing the moment, this moment, what is happening. And over time, it's a useful tool to see what is happening. What is happening over time as I'm living my life? Am I living my life in fear? And then how do I shift from fear into love, you know? And so, this is a very interesting thing that I needed when I was much younger. So, I'm trying to hopefully find the people in life who are similar to me, who can't see the meaning in things, and maybe doing stuff that doesn't make sense to them, or maybe just feel like life is pointless, it's stressful, and and that's the type of person I know I can help out. Yeah, Wayne, so there you go. That's the explanation. And this tool I'm building called Shepherd is just a back-end tool, infrastructure tool that I'm using as a helper to create this application. So I vibe coded it, and I'm going to offer this for free for anybody who's a vibe coding and developer who uses Herder. And if you use Herder, then this is a cool tool. You might want to try it out. But I built it for myself because I needed it, and it has a little back-end tool too. Oh, cool. Socket.io. Oh, nice. Wait, it's just coding right now. There's a backend tool that it's vibe coding right now, creating a socket.io, but it connects into the actual terminal window and can paste like information from these clients, so it's like rich text. So I could still read rich text with like, you know, code blocks and stuff like that while I am using the terminal window. What is this app called? I started taking therapy recently. It looks useful. Wow, I appreciate you connecting therapy with this application. My sister's a therapist, and she also said the same thing. She said, I think that therapists will be able to use this tool and be able to give it to people, and it will be helpful for their people they're working with. So I do think that this is something I'm gonna have to connect with therapists with, I think, but also it's useful just if you're in a situation in your life where you can't understand why things seem why does other people seem so easy, and why does everything seem so difficult for me? You know, I think if anyone is in that type of a position, then I think this app is going to be useful for that type of person. But it's not for every single person, though, that's for sure. Billy, have you tried Codex? Just curious if you've ever compared Claude to Codex. Yeah, I have Codex. So like, for instance, inside of here, I can type who, and then it brings up a list of agents. So I have Pi, Claude, Gemini, Cursor. I don't actually have all these agents installed. This is just what my Shepherd is able to support right now. But if I type in, I do have Codex. So if I put Codex in here, and then I can spin up an agent. It's really cool. I like this agent a lot, actually. So I just say like, yo, what's up? And then it's gonna spin up a Codex agent right here. Docker IO integrations completed. Docker migrate analysis. So if I click into this agent, now it's gonna open up Codex. So now I have a Codex agent open, and then I have Grok open, doing something in here, and then I have Claude over here doing something in here, and Shepard is the one who's kind of managing this whole thing. Shepard manages Herder. That's basically how this works. And it's a really simple way because you can add like different folder directories really simply. You can save them so you can pull them up quick. All you have to type is where, and then it brings up your saved things. And I can add to like add an actual directory. You just type in add, and then I drop a folder in there, and it'll add it. So I can easily give a prompt in any one of my folders with any agent I want to give it to. So it makes managing agents like super simple inside of terminal window, and using Herder, it makes it super simple because I can just double click inside of any of these and then see the information. But if my socket is working, let's see if socket's working. Yeah, all the agents are finishing up. So I want to see this one the most. Okay, socket.io is running in all three places, merged to main. What does it do? /login still runs the device flow. Okay. Control Z and copy emits a paste event to the socket and sends it from the CLI over to the website in the back over here. So what I need to do is your installed Shepard is the compiled binary, so it's still the old code source code. I have to bun run install Shepard, puts it in your path. Okay, let's just have Claude do it. Can you install it for me, Shepard? Thank you. And then after it finishes, IBB says, yeah, I can totally resonate with what you said earlier. I was dissociated heavily, and then I was told to use a feelings wheel. Oh. Is your app out of... Oh, is my app for use? No, I'm still coding it, but there's something different between a regular feelings wheel and the one that I created. I created mine slightly differently because when I fell into my depression, I became aware of something that's different than what the feelings wheel displays. So I think the thing you mentioned about the feelings wheel that someone might hand it you, okay, because this is something interesting, guys. Most therapists, or when someone uses a feeling wheel, they will give you a wheel that looks something like this. Okay? And if you notice, all of these wheels, if you look in the very center, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 feelings that are in the center. Like, they all go to, like, a lot of options in the center. But there's something I noticed when I was sitting in silence. So I sat in silence. I was sitting in silence for 2 years alone and trying to understand my mind and what was bringing me into fear so that I could move into love in my life. And well, mainly I was trying to figure out what bring me into fear. And when I understood it, when I understood the truth of what was bringing me into fear and stress and worry, I automatically moved towards the feeling of love and connection, and oh my gosh, it was incredible. And I realized that by I realized while I was watching the activity of my mind that I could only ever really come back to two states of mind. Like if I felt like I was worried or angry or sad or lonely or ashamed or this, I realized my mind is operating in a similar way. Like all of these feelings are a bunch of words to describe a state of mind which feels isolated, disconnected. And I realized that, okay, there's two states of mind. There's two main states of mind. One state of mind that's disconnected, feels isolated from everyone, everything, and it's lonely, it's angry. It compares itself to everything else. It's a state of mind that feels that this body is all I am. I am not that, I am not anything outside of me, I am just this. And there's that state of mind, and then there's another state of mind, which is interested, excited, free, creative. It's like playful, happy, connected with people, inseparable from all of others in life. Like and I was realizing there's two ways to be, and there's 1,000 ways to describe it. There's like 1,000,000 words to describe the feelings or the way that my mind is operating and my body is operating is in two states. It's either this one that's disconnected or this one that's connected, and I realized that the best way to describe it is I'm either in fear or I'm in love. And that's why my feelings wheel, it goes, all of the words and the feelings, they go back into either fear or love. The center is I'm either in fear or I'm in love. I'm either disconnected or connected, and there is only two ways to be. And actually, all of these feelings are just descriptions of what it feels like to be in one of these two states. You know, stress, ashamed, anger, sad, lonely, insecure, that's all fear. Joy, content, confident, peace, grateful, connected, that's all love. That's all love. And you want to know what? So when I see that thing I showed you, the feelings wheel chart I showed you, that goes back into, let me go to my history so I can pull this up real quick. When I look at the feelings wheel chart that I think all of these people are using, they give you this chart, and I'm just like, none of these are showing me the truth of how my mind is working, because they're going back into 5, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's going back to 6 different ways I could be. I could be 6 different type of ways. It's confusing. That's not how I was seeing what was happening inside of my mind. That didn't seem like accurate. So I'm like, no, this is how my mind is operating. I'm either disconnected or connected, and I'm either in fear and I'm in love. And all these words are just 2 ways to describe 2 states of being that I could be. And then the more I start to see the world clearer, the more I realize, yeah, this is what's happening, and I know I'm right, because I see it inside of my mind. And it's really hard to do. That's why I sat, this is coming from sitting in silence in 2 years and journaling and trying to figure out why I ended up in a depression. And for you guys, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm somebody who has worked out every single day for most of my life. For 10 years, I didn't even eat ice cream or a cookie. I was super serious, which was part of my problem, to be honest. I was too serious and disciplined. But I just wanted to say this because I've been doing quote unquote what you would describe as all of the correct things to be happy. Like I taught myself how to code software for fun, and then I created a software business and it was making money, and I had enough money to afford it, and then I ended up in a depression. When my business was fine, I was eating okay and everything was fine, and I ended up in a depression. Why? Because I didn't understand what was happening inside of my mind that was creating this depression regardless of the external world and how I looked by everybody else. How I looked by everyone else was like, everything's going fine with you. You look like you're fine. But internally, I'm disconnected, operating out of fear, stress, worry. I mean, I was becoming disconnected with friends and family because I was so focused and working and worried that what if this happens in my business? What if this happens? And what if, and all the time it's all about, and it's because I feel insecure and unsafe. It was rooted in unsafety and insecure and insecurity about, there was a whole host of things, but it basically brought me into a depression. And it, to the point where I didn't want to live anymore, guys. I was like, I don't see the meaning of even doing anything. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it got for me. And so I had to learn these lessons as a very disciplined, serious person who took life way too serious. I had to learn these lessons. So, I mean, now I'm more looser and I'm just having fun and I love what I'm doing. I see the meaning in it. I love coding because I started coding so young, and I created projects for fun in high school, like secret message. I created like a secret message thing where you could send like a encoded message, and then you could like create a little passkey and send it to your friend, whatever. It was just fun. Like I did stuff for fun, and so I'm doing this because this is what I love doing, and I see the meaning in the project I'm creating for other people, for myself. I need this for myself, and so I'm just super aligned with who I don't know who I am, what I've been created to do. So I'm happy, but I just had to share this. I just had to share this information with you guys. So I hope you understand what I'm saying in this. If this resonates with you, then like, I know you appreciate my app, but also just hang out. I appreciate everyone who comes and hangs out on the stream, and I don't know. I want to post some more videos, like recorded videos too, but I've been live streaming so much, like all day long, that I haven't even had time to record a video about something else. Okay, so where I was at in the app, let me just read some of these things you're saying. I don't know if something is wrong with me or not, but even when something tragic happens to me, even if I'm depressed, I never feel like I'm depressed, because I always feel like someone else must be having a harder time. Zulu says, God bless you, brother. I know exactly how you feel. I was going through those things when I got out of the military. Yeah, the military's tough because they're very serious there, you know? They're very serious there too, so sometimes that discipline is sometimes, I don't know if that was a negative effect. Sometimes it can be a negative effect. Not always, but solar terminal theme. Update terminal theme. Okay, so that's all good. Docker migrate analysis. Dynamic agent numbering. Okay. Oh, I remember what I was doing now. I was doing this. Zulu, you say yes, it is. It was a negative effect on you, the discipline that they were trying to put in, because life is such a free creative, you know, we're such creative beings and free flowing, and there's an order to life itself that doesn't need any words to be explained, you know, like we don't need to create and be disciplined, because there's already an order to life. And what is the order? What is the order? You know? And what is disorder? What is disorder and what is order? Because I do feel that my being disciplined was some kind of disorder. There wasn't a freedom in there, so the discipline itself was detached from the order and the natural state of the world and how it's operating. This gets deep kind of, but this kind of gets deep what I'm talking about with this order in life thing, because I actually do think that discipline is a form of it's not a healthy thing. I don't think it is healthy. I think actually becoming aware of the true order of life, the order that's not created by any human being, because human beings create an order, like follow these instructions, follow this, and then you're doing a good job, right? And you get rewarded when you follow someone else's idea of being orderly. But that's not the order of life itself. Life itself has its own order, and to get to the understanding of that is more closely related to the feeling of freedom. And I think creativity comes out of that freedom. And when we're creative, we create. See, that's where the creation comes from. And when we're disciplined, the creativity gets killed. This gets really deep, but I actually think discipline destroys creativity. And there's a natural order to life that enables you to sprout creativity like a flower coming out of a tree, and you can actually be that flower that becomes creative if you see the order of life itself in the way it actually operates. And what I'm trying to share with you guys, and I'm getting the goosebumps right now, because what I'm actually trying to share with you guys is what I see as the order which is happening. And I'm not trying to tell anyone how to live. I'm trying to show this is what I think is happening, guys. This is the truth of what I think is happening. I think fear is taking you away from freedom. I think fear is taking away your creativity. I think fear is stopping you from the most highest productive self that you could be in this life. And the order which life is trying to impose on me is this. No human being is imposing on me fear. No human being is imposing on me love. But that's what life itself has decided to create as the order in which I am operating in. And so if I want to sprout the most creative, free being in which I am, I have to be in love, because that's the order in which life has been created outside of any human being's idea of what order means. Because human beings create this discipline that this is what I want from you. So I need you to operate in this way, because I want you to do this for me, or because this is what I think is the right thing to do. And then our creativity becomes diminished, because now we're operating in the idea of what it means to be productive. We're operating in an idea of what it means to be productive based on someone else's perception of what it means to be. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Like this gets deep. Life itself has its own order, and if you actually see the order in which life is blessing us with, and we operate inside of it, then we actually sprout freedom, creativity at the highest level. So if you want to be creative and understand how to be productive without an idea of what someone else told you it means to be productive, then pay attention to when you feel playful. Pay attention to when you feel that you're playing, excited, interested, and you're learning at the same time. Because that is telling you something. There is some kind of order in that. Then you don't need to listen to anybody, just listen to just search for the truth. And I'm wondering if ads are on my video, so just if anyone sees an ad pop up in my video, let me know, because I don't want to oh, it's working. Let's go. Okay, so for anyone who has been hanging out in the stream for a minute in a while, you will know that I was implementing Socket.io npm package. And what's happening with Socket.io is it's linking my database, which is currently running in Docker. I have an API, Node.js API, and this Socket.io is creating a WebSocket that links up this window right here from Shepherd into this window right here on Chrome. And so when I build and run, when I rebuild it, Shepherd, it should allow me to send information from this copy Docker migrate analysis. Oh, and there it is. It's in here. Wait, clear. Wait, let me clear this. When I hit Command Z, it's gonna paste the text from here into here. Oh my gosh, it's working. So then also what I want to do is I wanted to open up Chrome, so it opens up the default browser, so that therefore it'll, you know, open this page or whatever. Dang, that's clean. I like that. Super nice. Even if you have your ads off on YouTube, you still put them in there anyway? What does that mean? YouTube will still put them in there anyway. Is that true, Zulu? No way. Really? That's dumb. So you're saying just turn it on? Anyway? Alright, well I guess I'll do that then. I'm gonna search up online. Let me ask let me go full screen. Whoops. Okay, so let me ask, oh my gosh, I want to be over here. I'm wondering if I turn on monetization on YouTube, or turn it off, I mean, will YouTube still display ads on my video anyway? If you are part of the YouTube partnership program and manually turn off monetization for a specific video, YouTube generally stops playing ads on that video. However, if your channel is not in the partner program, or if your video is demonetized due to copyright claims, YouTube terms. So it's if you have copyright claims, Zulu. If your video has a copyright claim. So I probably should keep it off. So I just turn it on. I've been streaming really long today. I'm like 6.5 hours into streaming. Yeah, 6.5 hours into streaming. I gotta pause this video when it plays. So I don't know what's the longest I've streamed for. It's one shot job. I think it's because it's a hurricane. But yeah, I don't know. I think I might get off and take a break. Alright guys, I feel like that's it for today. So Zulu, thanks for hanging on the stream. I'm gonna peace out. I'm headed out and take a break. I probably still vibe code because it's a storm, but I got food. I do have food in the oven, and I'm gonna eat. and probably just take a break for a little bit and then start vibe coding a little later. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. 6 hours is my max so far. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for leaving a comment. Teja says, no. Don't get off yet. It's alright. Alright. Today was a chill day. Nice hanging out with you guys. I'm on every single day. We had a going pretty good today, actually. Like 2,000 people were coming through the stream, actually. So I'm really grateful. I'm just grateful that I have people interested in wanna vibe code together and stuff. It's awesome. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. All right, let me go now. See you tomorrow.